You know, you think every time almost that we raise an issue with you, you all get defensive, you all get angry a bit, and you all get, what are they thinking about it? I don't agree with that. And sort of justify behaviour and all those kind of things. They're all indications that you've not yet made a soul change and actually understand the loving benefit of hearing about your sin. Does that make sense? Yeah.
It's helpful, I think, because I'm having this thing where I try and, like, I'll be praying or I'll ask for God's love or something, and then it will start to come, or something will start to come, but immediately following it, it'll be something like that I either feel really bad about or something that I'm blatantly doing wrong that I don't want to stop.
Yeah.
And then I don't want to go there, so I stop it.
Correct.
But it's bothering me because I want to keep going with the thing with God, but then I get faced with this stuff that I don't want to. So I'm like, I want to keep going, and then I stop. So the,
over and over. The attitude you have towards your sin is very important. So if you have a judgmental attitude, then that's going to be very harmful to your growth. If you have a condescending attitude towards sin, that's going to be very harmful to your growth. If you have a denial attitude towards your sin, you don't want to know about it, that's going to be very harmful to your growth. If you have an attitude of inflaming it beyond its problem, you know, in other words, a lot of people do that by saying to themselves, oh, that's a part of who I really am. I can't give that up. So an example of that is, let's say you're a mother and you've got 3 children and you think you're a mother. Well, that's not who you are, actually. You're not a mother. You know, a mother is one thing you've been by giving birth, but you're not the mother. God's the mother of those children. So you are a surrogate mother, really, not the mother. So you're not even the mother of the children. So holding on to that image that you are the mother can cause so much damage to your children. So I'm your mother, do what I say. And I'm your mother, you need to listen to me. And I'm your mother, you have to agree with me. And I'm your mother, you know, I've brought you up, I've given you all these things through your life, not treating it as if it's a gift. And so this sin, which is actually what a lot of people view as and particularly a lot of women view as an essential part of being a woman, which is actually a sin, has influenced their damaging treatment of others, and particularly their own children, so much. And if they'd just given up that sin, then all that damage would not have occurred with their children, right? So that's sort of an example where you can think you're doing a perfectly righteous thing, but actually your whole attitude is a sin. And then it's like when God's trying to show you, you're not the mother of these children, right? Internally, there's a feeling saying, yes, I am. Yes, I am. I gave birth to them. I carried them for 9 months. I went through the pain and suffering of doing it. I looked after them afterwards.
Nobody else bloody did it.
Yeah. I'm their mother. You know, and that gives me the righteous right, you know, to do whatever I think is righteous with my children. And as I said, causes so much sin. But that's just an example of one attitude that can be there that causes so much sin, and yet we're not seeing it. And when somebody comes along and says, you're not a mother, you're going, what the? I've given birth to this child. I've done all the hard work. What the F you're talking about. You know, like, that's how you feel inside. Like, it's like, no, I'm not, I'm not agreeing with that. What does he think he's talking about there? I just dismiss that. A lot of the other things he says is okay. But that, it's like, what's wrong with him? You know what I mean? He just isn't... he just hasn't connected to his feminine side. And understood it, you know. And that's often said to me. So, you know, we come up with all these sort of internal dialogues that justify us keeping us in. And then when anybody is trying to help you and actually has a sincere desire to help you, so if you look at all celestial spirits have a sincere desire to help you. God has a sincere desire to help you. Anybody who truly loves you will have a sincere desire to help you. And they're not helping you by covering over your sin. They're not helping you by doing that. In fact, they're assisting in your self-harm if they cover over your sin. Do you understand what I mean by that? It's sort of like, I'm harming myself by covering over my own sin. And then if Corny helps me, he's assisting me to harm myself. covering over my sin, right? So he is partially culpable in God's eyes for my sin, if he does that, actually. And this is something you'll find in part of the penalties that come with sin, right? When you agree with another person's sin, you are partially culpable for supporting their sin. And therefore, God, there's a penalty associated with that by the law, right? Which is understandable if you think about it, because the best thing you could do is not support the sin, but you're supporting it. So with a lot of these things, it's like my attitude to my sin is going to be of paramount importance to my progress. When I have a defensive and attacking of others attitude about my sin, when I believe that I can even attack Mary because she's raised something valid, right? I am not only continuing my sin that she's raised about, but I'm committing another one. So I'm doubling up my sin now by attacking her, being violent towards her, even if it's just verbally. Even if I'm going, how dare you say that to me? You know, you don't really love me, or be manipulative. You don't really love me if you know, you obviously don't understand me very well, and all this kind of stuff. All of that is actually attacking a person who's just trying to expose or being helpful about your sin, right? Now, a person who's truly attacking a view won't be helpful. You know, so if they are abusive towards you, we get lots and lots of emails from people who constantly at Mary or myself about all of our flaws and whatever, most of which are not actually flaws, interestingly enough. But, you know, they're constantly at us. Well, you know, those kind of people you don't need to listen to at all, because their motivation is bad. And this is where many of you struggle, because when somebody raises an issue with you and they love you, you think their motivation is bad automatically. But you're not sensitive enough to feel whether their motivation is bad or not. A person whose motivation is bad is either going to be manipulative, controlling, abusive, violent, or condescending, or any of these other sort of qualities that if you allow yourself to feel, you'll feel it pretty easy, right? And this is why you notice in a lot of conversations we do have here in particular, you feel comfortable enough to talk about your sin. Well, that's because the environment has been established where you can talk about your sin without being condemned by us for it. Does that make sense? But that's not the normal environment you're living in. The normal environment you're living in is completely opposite to that. You're going to be condemned for anything you expose about yourself generally. This is why the average person doesn't want to expose anything about themselves. Even their own sin they don't want to expose. So even the things you know you do wrong, you don't want to tell anybody about. Right? And the main reason is that we have the wrong attitude towards our sin. It's not an attitude of I'm going to wash off the mud. It's an attitude of, you know, either all of my sin is pretty good, like I like a lot of it. Like an example of that was the mother thing I just mentioned. You know, I like being thought of as the mother. You know, I like people around me thinking I'm a mother and I have now a role in society because I'm a mother and all this kind of thing. I like that. That's my sin, but I like it. So there's all these sins we have that we like, and we don't even think of them as sins, right? And those we hold on to like leeches, sucking the life out of those sins. You know, we want to take those sins to the end of the world with us, and the end. And to the end of our life, and even beyond.
Into the hells.
Into the hells with us as well. Because we believe them to be true and righteous, right? So there's those. But then there's a group of things that we have where we know we do wrong occasionally, here and there. You know you do wrong. But you don't want to tell anybody about it because they might use it against you at some point, or they might point it out to you regularly and make you feel bad all the time. And they might do a number of condescending things with you because of it. You know, they might tell others about it, right, and make you feel bad, and even go to the length. Many people do this, where they go to the length of trying to make everybody else feel bad about you as well. You know, because they feel bad about you, or feel like angry with you. They want everybody else to be angry with you too. You know. Mary and I experienced that quite a lot, where we receive an email from one person, then that person has talked to 20 other people, and when we get 20 other emails from all our people they've talked to about how bad we are as well, And that is frequently happens, you know, with people who are unloving. But we encourage it because we're not exposing our own sin, honest about our own sin, we're always trying to cover over our own sin. We always feel, even just feeling bad about your sin is enough for a person to manipulate, right? Because the average person who tries to manipulate another person is going to focus on something bad about you and then give you a positive response when you see it's bad and a negative response when you think it's okay. Right? So in other words, they're going to use the carrot and the stick to punish you with whatever you expose about yourself, right? And reward you when they think you're going in the right direction, right? Now that is indicative of a very manipulative person who should not be listened to. Right? So there's plenty of people who shouldn't be listened to about your sin. But the people who truly love you, you want to listen to them all the time. You want to have the right attitude towards your sin in that regard. God, you want to listen to all the time. And our celestial friends who are sin-free, you want to listen to them all the time, if you can. But the average person on earth, even the average person who's heard divine truth, doesn't. And the main reason why is because of the personal attitude we have to our own sin. Makes sense? Yeah.
How do you have like a healthy debate with somebody if you're in a partnership or with friends or children and you're pointing out their sin but they're not able to see it?
That's not healthy. There's no such thing as a healthy debate.
Okay.
If you're pointing out another person's sin and they don't want to hear you pointing it out, why are you doing it?
Okay.
You've got to make a decision and you don't want to make one. So in other words, let's say Mary continues treating me badly in a certain way, and, you know, it could be a simple way like, you know, just leaving mess around the place. Like, you know, average man does that, right? Leaves mess around the place everywhere for the woman to come up around them and tidy up afterwards. Let's say it's that. If I raise it with her, you know, in a gentle manner, and she rejects the gentle spirit, I can't say anymore. Because it's not her free will anymore to know. So I'll be trying to break her free will by saying anything. But I'm allowed to act for myself. So I could, you know, and again, how I act is going to be dependent upon what happens. So if I act in an angry manner, which most people do, then it's just going to get worse. But I can act in a direct manner, like I don't have to live with her. So I just say, I'm leaving home then, because I can't live with her. And I leave. I don't wait for her to change her mind, because that would be manipulative. You understand? I just leave, and I can't tolerate it, so I'm leaving. And you go out, walk out the door, and it's like, no matter what the situation, you can do things like this, right? But the average person doesn't, because the average person has a whole heap of addictions with the other person that they want to hold on to for themselves. And so what they'd want to do is change the person without them having to change their things. And on top of that, they want to change the person so that this person, me, feels more comfortable in the circumstance or situation, without there being any real focus about either helping the other person to come to terms with what they believe, or if the person doesn't want to know and doesn't want to change, what are you going to do? The average person's not prepared to leave under those circumstances. Like, I'm prepared to leave a relationship just if you make a mess for my life, not for any other reason. Because that's an indication you don't love me, and also that you don't love yourself. Right? And if you don't love yourself or me, then what's the point of me being with you? Make sense? So I'm prepared to leave it under those circumstances. The average person goes, you know, that's not going to keep a relationship. You know, what you've got to do is you've got to compromise on things like small things like that, you know. It's not a small thing because it's a love thing. But the average person thinks, your husband leaving a mess after himself, that's a small thing, you know. You can put up with that, you know. And the average person does, because there's a whole heap of things they want from their husband, right? Or the man they're living with that they wouldn't get if they weren't living with him. So you're not going to get sexual validation, you're not going to get sexual approval, you're not going to maybe get, you know, things like enough money, you know, because he might be the breadwinner, and you might be left with the children by yourself because he doesn't look after them, but at least he provides for them, like physically in the sense of money to buy food.
Or the reverse, you could end up without your children because they might side with him, and then
and then you're in an argument with your children as well as your husband, you know, about something. So the average person doesn't want to live the principled life, but unless you do, nothing's going to change. If the people living with you know that you're willing to tolerate their sin and do nothing about it at all, then naturally, what's going to happen? They're going to continue to sin, and you will have to continue tolerating it. Which means now you're sinning by tolerating it. Right? And this is what the average person doesn't want to do. They wants to do. You know, they want to go, oh, well, I'm going to make some compromises now, which would be a sin. So let's say I'm creating a whole heap of mess everywhere I go and not tidying up after myself, and Mary's having to tidy it up all the time. If Mary doesn't raise it with me, she's got her own sin now. Right? And there's a consequence to that sin as well. And the consequence is quite obvious. If you don't raise something and you don't discuss something, right, then I'm going to continue sinning, and she's going to continue getting angrier and angrier and angrier. That's the consequence. To the point where she's so mad that she might punch me or hit me or throw a knife at me or something because she's so mad, you know. Now, let's say I'm resistive every time she tries to raise it. Well, the fact, all I have to do, all she should have to do is raise it once. If I loved, she would only have to raise anything once. Can you see that? Any more than once, then I don't love. If she's got to raise something with me that's loving more than once, I don't love her. Because if I had a goal to love, I would deal with the thing raised, right? So I would instantly be demonstrating that I don't care for her. She's got a choice to make. It's obvious that I don't care for her. What's she going to do? Is she going to continue living with somebody, trying to browbeat them, trying to maneuver them into loving her? Or is she just going to accept her pain that I don't love her, cry about it, and then make a decision? Which is the most appropriate loving action to take. Is to accept that I am unloving under the circumstance. And then she would firstly obviously feel upset about it, so have a cry about it if she needs to. And then she would need to make a decision. Well, she's got to do something bigger than talking to me. And it can't be killing me, stabbing me or something, can it? It's not going to be shooting me, because that would be even more unloving than talking to me about my sin, right? Shooting me for my sin is worse than talking to me about my sin by a long shot. But she's tried to talk to me about sin, which is actually the most loving thing she could have done. But now I'm not listening. So I'm being unloving. So what's she going to do? Her only choice is to love herself. If she really loved herself, she wouldn't stay under those circumstances. And that's just with me leaving my socks around. If I continue to do it more than once, the more love she had for herself, the more she'd just go, I can't stay here anymore.
It's a love of the principle, isn't it?
It's a principle. You've got to actually love the principle more than you love yourself and more than you love the other person.
And have faith that love is the thing that brings the best outcome for everyone in
Including
the long
yourself.
term. Yeah.
I went like the opposite of that, of what you just said about the socks.
Yeah.
Like Byron Katie. You know Byron Katie? She's like self-development kind of guru.
Oh, okay. No, I don't know.
She talks about the socks, and if your children or your partner keep leaving the socks, then it's like you've kind of got to like it's your own thing, and you've got to love to learn to do it. And then when you're okay to keep cleaning up the socks, then they'll stop leaving the socks.
That's not true.
Yeah,
No.
and that's
I
totally
think
how
women throughout the ages
You guys all
have
know
a
that, right?
case.
does not work.
That's not true.
Everyone just goes, this is great.
Still not loving the socks.
There's a sock cleaner in this house.
There's a difference too between them mistakenly doing it once and doing it every single day, like all the time, isn't it? Like everyone can mistakenly do something once or twice, can't they? Because you forget or you're under pressure or whatever, and you know, each of you would know that if this was the circumstance. But if a person's just doing it like your children do it every single day, and every single day you've got to talk to them about cleaning their room, and every single day you've got to make a meal for them every single day. You know, they don't want to make any meal for themselves. You know, you've got to go shopping for them every single time. None of them are willing to shop for themselves or care for themselves. And when they do, they don't eat the right food either. Well, that's all indicative of the fact that none of them really love you. And they don't even love themselves either, really. So what are you going to do about it? Like, something's got to be done. Because saying something's not working, and like I said, you should only have to say it once. If somebody loves you, you should only have to say something once. It's like...
It is only in the sort of in your own environment that you can raise this with your partner? Or
anything that affects you, you can raise. But what's your attitude of raise? So it doesn't have to be just with your partner. It could be with your kids or your family, or whatever.
I mean, if you see something on the street when you're...
Same goes. Anything you can raise, like see something on the street, if you loved, you would make a decision about, well, do I raise it, or is it my business to raise it? If it's something to do with the care of a child, for example, that's your business, right? So you'd raise it. And then if you get shouted at, now obviously the person doesn't want to know it. You can't go much further than that, with the exception that if it's a really serious matter that should be reported to the police or something, because it's a serious matter involving a child, then you should do that as well, you know. And the same goes, like if I knew you were cheating on Anna, I would come to you first and say, look, you're cheating on Anna, I know you are you going to tell her? And if you said, no, I'm not, or I might say to you, I'll give you a bit of time to tell her. And then a month later, you still haven't told her. I'm not interested in what you think anymore. I'm going, Anna needs to know. She's my friend too, and she needs to be able to make a decision, so I'm telling her. And I'm not going to ask you. I'm telling her. Yeah, understand? And the reason why I am is because I know that she, by not knowing, is now being controlled by somebody, and the principle is such that, like, that's not right. There's a principle there. It's not just my business. There's this God's principle there that she needs to be allowed to just make a decision. Now, many times I've done that, and the wife has been just as angry with me as the husband was afterwards, right? Because she didn't want to know, right? And I go, well, if you don't want to know, well, it's okay. I'm done. Like, I don't need to do anything further than that. That's the end of my loving responsibility, right? And so that's the end of the action. I'm not going to argue with Anna about she should do something about it, or argue with you about whether you should stop having your affair or not. You know, that's all your business now. The principle has been exposed and you didn't want to know about it.
A lot of times it's giving people the opportunity, like even when you're living with your partner and there's a problem, raising it with them first gives them the opportunity to deal with it. If
To be loving. It gives them the opportunity to be loving.
Yes.
Doesn't
to love. And it's the same thing with telling Anna about the affair. It gives her the opportunity to make informed decisions. You know,
to exercise her free will, which is a gift she's been given by God, and that gift is independent of your gift of free will.
And not doing that is a sin of omission, is it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, sin of omission. But once you've said those things in a loving manner, and it's the only reason why I'm raising it, if the person wants to fight about and argue, you're not going to fight about it and debate and argue and carry on for weeks on end debating with them about it. Oh, I'm not interested in any of that. I've told you what I need to tell you, and that's the end of it.
And if you're drawn to that, then
You've got problems. Yeah?
you didn't have a loving
You got-
motive in the
you
first
got your own
place.
sin, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is what I see happen in most relationships where, you know, there's a constant argument about something. Well, if there's a constant argument, then it already has gone way too far. It's already, you know, the person who raised the issue first wants to take it further. Well, they haven't, you know, once you've raised it, there's no need to take it further. You've now got to work out, does the person who you've raised it with want to love, or don't they? And if they don't, then you need to make a decision. And that decision needs to be quite extreme. Not extreme in the sense of harmful to them or yourself, but extreme in the sense that you might have to break up just over that one thing. Do you understand? If you're principled, yeah, you might have to, just over that one thing. And that's fine. Once the people you live with, your children, your husband, your wife, you know, your extended family understand that that's your principles, they'll be more highly likely either to live by the same principles themselves or leave you. Yeah. So all my family's left me, pretty much, with the exception of Tristan, who's trying to live by the same principles, right? And that's the decision everybody has. Like, unless your husband, wife, children, extended family are all living by the same principles you're living by, then why are you living with them? Like, it doesn't make any logical sense to live with somebody constantly who continues to break the principles that you know are loving.
But you have to know it in yourself.
Correct.
That it's loving. You know,
You have to feel it in your soul that it's loving.
It has to be in your soul, and you have to be sure this is my motive for raising this is love,
Yeah,
or
but
be willing to identify when it wasn't loving.
Yeah, but the reality is, unless it's in your soul, you won't do it anyway. You know, you just won't.
There's so many investments in not
There's so
doing
many
it.
investments
Like,
you got
addictions.
about addictions and people and
If you
being
don't
nicey,
love the
playing nicey
Or will
with
you
everybody.
be tempted
and-
to have, what did you call it? The
Healthy debate.
healthy
Healthy
debate.
debate.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that
Just
stuff.
have a healthy debate, not a
Yeah.
deciding.
Yeah, there's no such
discussion.
thing as a healthy debate.
really
It's-
scared of my daughter choosing my partner over me.
Yeah, and that's going to stop you from making loving decisions. Anything you're afraid of is going to stop you from making a loving decision. So if you're afraid that you'll be destitute, that's going to stop you from making a loving. If you're afraid that, you know, you won't be loved for the rest of your life, well, that's the thing that's going to make you afraid. If you're afraid, you know, stop you from being principled. If you're afraid that, you know, your partner will just talk about you with other people, that's going to stop you from doing loving things too. You know, if you're afraid that your children, you won't want to speak to you, well, that's another fear that's going to be easily manipulated by people who are less loving.
Yeah, but when I look back on my life and all those things that I was afraid of, that I made that stopped me taking the principled action, they've all come to pass anyway. Either because eventually I got principled enough and then they happened, what I was afraid of, and I had to deal with the feelings, or because just my attractions governed that's what I had to deal
What
with.
God's trying to expose. Yeah.
So in the end, I just end up feeling regretful that I didn't make the principled decision earlier, because it all came to pass anyway.
So true.
And I feel worse because I know that I sort of sinned in the process.
So many of you end up putting off for one reason, always a sinful reason.
Yeah.
And you put off, like when you put off a principle, it's always for a sinful reason. There's never only a good reason for doing it. And you put it off. 10 years go past, still putting it off. 20 years goes past, still putting it off. You're 20 years older. Everybody's 20 years more steeped around you in their sin, and you're bearing the consequence of their sin and yours by putting it off for another 20 years. And by the end of that, you feel quite unhappy, and you go, why did I do all that? And a lot of it's just because you were afraid of something.
So I just need to ask her what she wants.
No, you just need to live a principled
You
life
just
and let
need-
her decide.
Okay.
Yeah, you need to live a principled life, and if she decides she doesn't want to be with you, then let her decide that.
Let her know she's allowed to decide.
She's allowed to make a decision one way or the other, but you're going to live a principled life.
Yeah, saying to her, who do you want? I mean, that's pretty intense. That's
odd,
all
yeah.
about you. Yeah. And that's not nice for a 7-year-old.
No. It's not nice for
loving.
anybody
Yeah. No.
to be put in a position of choosing between two people for no real reason other than the person's individual feelings. Now, if I've got to choose between two people because of principles, well, that's a different matter. So an example of that would be, Corny's doing an unloving thing, Mary's doing a loving thing. Who am I going to spend more time with? The principle in me just dictates that I've got to spend it more with Mary than with Corny. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the principle demands that I live in harmony with the principles of love, which are, don't spend a lot of time with a person who's going to be unloving all the time, because all you're going to end up with is more trouble in your own life if you do that. You know, that's the principle. And if it's a loving principle and it's in your heart, you'll decide that straight away. Right? But the average person doesn't do it for that reason, for a principled reason. They do it for a personal reason, which are often addictions reasons. So in other words, I say to my child, you need to make a decision. I want you to be with me. You know, you shouldn't be with your father. Don't you see how bad he is? Blah, blah, blah. That's no longer principled anymore.
He feeds her addictions more than I do, so that's...
Well, I agree, he probably does, but sooner or later she will realise in her later life that, a person who meets your addiction doesn't love you.
So you have to, if you love her, you'll let her go through that process for herself.
For herself.
Rather than trying to control an outcome.
And then if she complains to you about it, you say, well, that's because
That's
you entered this agreement with your father by just giving him the things he wanted and he gives the things you wanted, but that's not love, darling. You know, that's not love. And sooner or later, when you're an adult and you grow up, you'll start to realise that's not love, you know.
And you've got to give kids more credit than people do, you know. Kids can feel things. And often...
They know when people don't care for them, even though they're giving them things.
Yeah. And if one parent is more dedicated to loving and to being principled, kids soon feel that, even if initially they don't like it and they choose the parent who's going to meet their addictions. And they don't have to be an adult even to recognise that. A person who's more principled is more consistent with their child, so a child feels safer with them. And the person who's more principled is more aware of the child rather than just like trying to be in an addictive exchange with them. A person who's more principled has a better environment in the end. So physically, emotionally, spiritually and sexually, it's a better environment. And children naturally are attracted to all of those things. But it comes down to you being principled. We see a lot of families when, like partnerships, when they break up and there's kids involved, a lot of times if one of the person who might be listening to Divine Truth is like very willing to say, oh, they've got this addiction and they're so unloving.
Yeah, and frequently they're just as unprincipled as the person on the other end.
So you have to be, if you want to create a loving and environment for your child or children, you have to be a principled person. And if your partner does it, whether or not they're with you, that will be a good environment for your child as well. Yeah. But it's very important that you make that decision for yourself, because that will also take the pressure off your child. So, and then they're in a process where they can become sensitive to the differences without your pressure on them, as well as any other pressures that might be coming to bear on them.
Yeah, it's like I said to you about any time you're putting pressure on somebody by having a
healthy
debate, you're fundamentally breaking some fundamental laws about love. And there's no need to have a healthy debate with anybody, and there's no need to have a debate of any kind with anybody, really, if you think about it.
So what if you tell your kids like to put your socks away, for example, and they don't? How do I leave that? Like, you know, how?
Well, there's a number of things you can do. You know, an example is that you could pick up all their socks and just hide them.
Chuck them in the bin.
So not giving them
Take
back
them to the
until
op shop.
you learn how to do it. Like, you could do that, or you could burn them and say you have to buy your own socks from now on. they're all mine. You could wear them
Start
instead.
wearing them.
If they're the same size.
Yeah, girls about your size. You can get a whole new wardrobe.
If they leave their dresses already.
Mind you, a lot of their dresses
that's mine now.
are like crop tops.
To change your fashions.
Yeah, but if you're, there's a lot of things you can do. That's mine now. I look after it and you don't, so it's obviously mine.
And you probably paid for it as well. Yeah.
That kind of thing. It's like there's so many loving choices you can make in the situation, but the average person is too afraid to make them because of what they believe is the further conflict that will arise, which naturally it will, because these people are not loving. Any time a person is not loving, including your own children, of course they are going to enter a state of conflict and fight about it. And you say, oh, now you're fighting about it. Now I've got to start working out whether you even can be in my own house. Like we talked to Ella about that, and she finished up having to, kick the kids out, and they were sleeping on the veranda. And how long did they sleep on the veranda for?
Archie was the shortest for 8 months, and the others took about 18 months.
Yeah,
maybe almost
nearly 2 years.
It was 2 years before they got
Before
inside.
they were loving enough to fix up their own
And
problems.
even then, Eloisa had some issues that she didn't deal with,
Yeah.
and like
compromise
with the older two specifically.
Yeah.
And that's, I regret
Still
that.
causing trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really.
But if you look at, I agree, because I haven't dealt with those feelings still. But all three of your kids are very capable of making their own meals, doing their own laundry, looking after their own stuff, looking over their own schedule.
And it's made your life and theirs a lot easier. They have a lot more self-determination now too. So it's brought all these benefits. But what does the average parent feel on the planet about having your child sleep outside when you're sleeping inside?
Well, they call child services.
Yeah.
You did.
Reported. Yeah.
I never knew about it. Someone told me about
They call why?
And
It wasn't the kids.
no, it wasn't the kids.
They hated it, but they hated it at the beginning.
Yeah.
But they now, like, literally, Ez said to me, I'm so grateful you did that for me, like going to uni. She said, because I now, and this year, the year before she went to uni, I was like, right, I'm not doing anything. Like, you've got to do your own applications, you've got to do everything that you can. And I was attempting to work on the addictions, which I'm still working on.
You've got to prepare the child for living by itself.
That's right. And she just said it's just so different her than all the friends and the people who are down, like even down there. You know. She just said, I don't, even though I'm worried, I can do it.
Yeah.
So it's good.
Yeah.
It's really good.
So by pandering to the child and not doing that, so if the child's not going to live by your rules in the house, then the child can't be in your house, right? And you're going to have to by some other rules out of the house, even if it's on your property. They're going to have to do that.
Well, the kids had their own kitchen outside, didn't they? They had to prepare their own meals, do their
They
own
couldn't
washing
come in
out.
at all
and
for a while.
because they weren't respecting the inside facilities, they had to have them outside until they could show they could respect them, keep them tidy outside, and then they came back in.
And also they had to exercise the desire to come back inside. Because for a while they were so angry.
Especially Charlie and his.
Particularly Charlie and his. They were so.
Like,
that's
we're
why
never
it took them a
coming
lot
back.
longer. They were so angry that Mum had asked them to get outside that they couldn't get over their rage with Mother. You know what I mean? Whereas for Art, she got over it within 8 months, and he asked Mum, "Can I come back inside?" And Mum said, "Yeah." You're fixed up now.
And it was good for both parties, like for me, because there's so much addictions that you didn't see until I made the decision. I didn't realise how many emotions that Jesus and Mary were talking to me about until I actually took the action. And I feel like it's something that, by taking the action, like you're saying, addressing the unloving thing.
And living by the principle.
That's what actually brings up the emotion. And I feel like my addictions in us with our partners or our children or our friends or anyone is we don't want to raise those things because we just don't want to feel our own feelings most of the time.
So you'd rather have an argument than you
Or
would just act.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like I think I was saying, to someone recently, you want to talk to the person about it because you want them to make a decision rather than you just make a decision. So that's why you're telling them about their sin. You're telling them because you want them to change their decision about their sin rather than you making a decision about their sin.
You're allowed to make a decision about other people's sin.
Choosing to.
And you don't have to tolerate their sin, and you don't have to talk to them about it either. God doesn't talk to you about yours.
It's a gift you give to talk to the other person about their sin when you love, you know.
Yeah.
There's many times now where I thank Jesus profusely for pointing out the sin.
But in the early days,
in the beginning, I
Mary would
definitely
just
didn't.
argue about everything, and I'm saying,
Everything.
now you're out of the house now, because it's like,
We
you
can't
know,
be together.
we can't be together if you're just going to argue about everything. You know, we can't do it. Like, initially I knew that's, for a while, Mary lived in a tent for nearly 4 years, 3 years, pretty much like in a sullen, angry state, not wanting to deal with anything. And I said, babe, you can't even live on the property anymore if you're going to do that. Because you've done that for 3 years now, and nothing's really changed.
Well, and also,
So where's the principle? Where's your love of the principle? There's no love of principle.
it
there.
was also, it wasn't even, you didn't even have to draw an ultimatum. It was almost like my desire for the sin and your principle about the sin caused me to not want to be there with you. So you didn't even have to have like an ultimatum discussion.
No.
It just, you didn't say you've got to go and live in the tent. I was like, I'm going to live in the tent because I didn't want to be, I didn't want to deal with the issues. So the firmness in you created the resistance in, you know, exposed the resistance in me and caused me to make a different decision even.
But I'd say to Mary, I don't want to raise this every day with you. Like, I want to smooth the life from that.
Yeah.
It's a one-off thing. Raise it once, and if nothing's changed, and then we've got to make a bigger decision after that. You know.
We've had many of those discussions.
Yeah.
But
And many times Mary went for 6 months. Like, it must be 12 times at least.
I don't know if we've been together that long for it to be 12 times. That would be 6
Yeah,
years.
well, a couple of times it was twice a year, and then it would be a fair many times.
Lots
I
of
can
times.
Think of all the different places you went to live in.
Yeah.
She'd rent a place for somewhere else for a while and decide it was all a waste of time and come back and, you know what I mean? Yeah.
What can you do if you have limited resources and limited living space?
Doesn't make any, if you're principled, doesn't make any difference. You'd have to do something about it. If you, even if you've got a tent, now it's 2 tents. Yeah, it has to be done. Like, you can't change the person. The person has to change themselves. You can't force them to change. You can't convince them that they need to change. You can't make them change. You can't talk to them till you're blue in the face until they change. You can't have a healthy debate with them about their change. It's got to end up being a desire on their part to change.
Well, and that's the only loving thing anyway. Otherwise, you're pressuring someone into change, and that's never going to work anyway. That's not love. God doesn't do that with you.
No. So, but God does have a penalty for every time you sin.
God responds.
So that's what you need to do too. It's like, there needs to be, one of the penalties I said to Mary is, you're not going to be with me. I'm lovely and you won't be with me.
You didn't say that. It's true.
I didn't say it that way.
If you raise an issue with someone, do you give them time to change it though?
Why? Every time you've ever taken time to change something, if you really understood that it was a love issue, why wouldn't you change it straight away? Why would you give a person time? There's no... Giving them time is just saying, oh, you're allowed to sin more for a longer time.
Like, obviously, the person's not going to be changed immediately.
No.
But if they're sincere, they will...
You will feel the sincerity in the person.
Yeah.
And then you can make allowances for the sincerity, can't you? Because that's what God does. God does that with you. Part of love is when somebody is sincere and somebody desires something, God responds to their desire differently to how God would normally respond when they were resistive. When they're resistive, it's the law of compensation. When they're not resistive, it's love now. Right? It's God's personal love now, you know, that can connect. But compensation is still loving, but when a person's resistive, you can't convince them otherwise. There's nothing you can say, do, punish them with, talk to them about that's going to change their mind. And one of the things I notice a lot is that people say, particularly in relationships, oh, you haven't given me the time to change. Why do you want the time to change? If you're loving, and if you're not loving the other person, why do you think you should get time to change it? There's a problem there with your attitude if you think that way. If I'm unloving to Mary and Mary raises an issue with me, and I recognise, and I don't recognise, let's say I go, oh yeah, I don't think that's much of an issue. Mary giving me more time than that, right, is way out of line for me and also for her, because at the end of the day, I need to develop a desire to change and become more loving. And Mary's not going to be able to talk to me, convince me, allow time. The more time she gives me, the more time I'll take. You know, so I give it. If you give somebody 3 months, they'll take 6. Like, there's not been a single time in my entire life where I gave people time where they haven't tried to take more. Not as in business or in life or in partnership or in any circumstance ever with my family. Every single time I gave them time, they took the whole lot of it and they wanted more.
Well,
Sorry?
Take them off.
Yeah. Well, you know,
It's about
I said to my mother and father at one point, I said, look, I've got to tell Joel, my brother, that he's not, you know, that he's his father is somebody else. Because, you know, I feel very uncomfortable knowing that case, and he didn't. And I said, and they said, oh, can you give us 3 months to tell him? And I actually said, yes, I'll give you 3 months to tell him. Why? Because what happened? 3 months went by. Did they tell him? No.
I was hoping you wouldn't.
They hoped I wouldn't.
Well, they didn't even. Your mother told me she didn't even believe that you would do it.
Yep.
Did you end up doing it?
Yep.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I should have done it straight away. As soon as I felt I should have done.
That they had no intention.
Yeah, well, immaterial about their intention. If I had done straight away, it would have been done and dusted 3 months earlier.
Well, Joel gets the benefit of that knowledge 3 months, 3 more months
Yep.
than he has had.
Would have been far better. As it turned out, he became angry with me. They became angry with me. My father didn't speak to me for 10 years afterwards, even though it had nothing to do with his infidelity. And my mother, she went into a weeks-long, like, power tripping guilt rage with me about it. And also, you know, drove her further actions to try to, with the Jesus thing, to try to make my life difficult. So they did a whole heap of things, but at the end of the day, if I had been principled just right from the beginning, all of that just would have happened 3 months earlier, which would have been better for everybody involved.
That's what I mean. You look back and all the times you put off the principled action, made an excuse or tried to do it in a softer way or something. It just feels like regret now, because everybody involved, me and the other people, all have to still work through all the emotions, but it's just less time efficient, you know, and more muddy because you've put addictions into the whole mix.
Yeah, you don't want to have the courage to do it or say, you know, for me at the time it was more like, oh, well, I wanted to, you know, I wanted to give them the opportunity to do the right thing. Why? They had already not done the right thing for 26 years. Why would I give them another 3 months?
So if you went back, you wouldn't have actually even said to them, you would have just feeling...
I would have just gone straight to Joel and told him. Yeah, it's Joel's business. I might have said to them, I'm telling him, but I probably would have told them afterwards. Yep. What's the point of waiting? Like, it's like me going, let's say in the early example I gave with Ulf and Anna, if Ulf was cheating, why even go to Ulf about it? Like, he's already not telling her. He's already being unloving. It's like,
Well, he has already chosen to.
he's already chosen.
To lie about it.
All he's going to do is justify that choice. And so if I give him 3 months, he'll take 3 months. If I give him 6, he'll take 6. You know, until his heart changes, that's what he's going to do. There's no point. It's like, it's just, you learn the way God does things is the best way. Every time you sin, there's an immediate penalty, immediately, straight away on your soul. There's an immediate effect on your body, so as a result as well, the moment you commit one. Not 3 months later and he'll give you some time.
And Ulf would only tell Anna because he wants to manipulate the situation because you're bad.
That's right. He's just trying to. He's trying to say, at least I'm coming clean. But it's taken me to make him come clean. That's
true. It's not real.
It's not even real
feeling,
him coming clean, is it? Like if he'd told her before I raised it, then I wouldn't even need to do it. Like it'd already been done. So then there'd be some righteousness in it, at least for him. But the fact that I've had to raise it first indicates that he had no sincere desire to raise it himself. Right?
But choosing to sort of live in a lie and hoping that I would never find out.
That's right.
Yeah.
Which is actually very unloving
It is.
to the person
Yeah.
who doesn't know, because for the person who doesn't know, they don't have the free will to make a choice, because the choice has already been made without you being informed. Yeah. So completely against the laws of love. So yeah, the fact that my mum and dad did that for 26 years with my brother is indicative of the fact of how long they can lie and be good at it. So do you think me giving them 3 more months is going to help them become no longer liars who are good at it? Of course not. And that's what I said to them.
But why didn't they want to tell him?
Sorry?
Why didn't they want to tell him?
Oh, well, that's like, fundamentally, there's one reason.
Because they didn't want to face the consequence.
Correct. But there are many sort of subparts to that reason, obviously, why somebody doesn't want to do the principal thing. Right? A lot of times, for the most part, people are preserving their own emotional state. You know, my mother and father were both trying to preserve their own emotions. They're trying to save themselves from having to feel things.
And their facade.
Yeah, and their facade. Everything's fine in our family when it's not, all that stuff. There's so many reasons, but fundamentally, they don't want to deal with the consequence, which is a very unethical thing if you think about it. If I do something wrong, it's right for me to want to deal with the consequence of it. I see this happening for many of you when you're working with us, particularly in God's way. You do something wrong, it causes damage in God's way, and you don't fix it. Like, we've got to fix it. And I'm going, well, why? Like, if you were ethical, you would fix it. So, you know, you seeded something in the wrong place, or you pulled something out and you shouldn't have. You have to fix all that, you know. If you know, did a design that ends up not working, then don't just make us put it up with it. Like, fix it, you know. If you were ethical, that's what you would do, right? And it's the same with your sin. If you're ethical, you'd go, I can't tolerate me dumping my sin on Corny every time I sin. So I've got to deal with my sin. I can't tolerate living with somebody and dumping it every moment on the person I'm living with. So I've got to do something about it. If I loved, that's what I would do, right? And so you can see by that definition, not many people actually love. Because what they actually do is they put off things, and they want the person they're living with to tolerate things all the time, longer and longer and longer, until the pain is so great that now there's a major thing that has to occur. And there's so much rage and anger because of that, by that stage.
Yeah, it makes it just worse, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Everything's worse.
Everything's worse.
And it's less, I don't know, if you put up with something for a long time, usually because you've got your own addictions, but then your own anger builds as well.
Yep.
And then you feel grubby because you're angry now as well.
All the time.
You had the opportunity earlier to just deal with whatever fear or whatever addiction you had, raise the principal thing, and
it affects you being yourself.
Yeah.
You can't be sexually connected anymore, emotionally connected anymore. You're too angry, you know, to be any of those things. Your spiritual beliefs are being compromised because now you're constantly angry and not loving anymore. You know, there's so many things wrong with not being principled. The average person just puts up with that as well. Yeah. And this is what, you know, it just feels to me like there's many discussions Mary and I have had where I've sat down with Mary and said, look, and a lot of times we've been sit down, cuddling or whatever. And most of our discussions are like
bed.
that. Yeah. Where we're hugging or cuddling or whatever, and we're just talking about like some facts. So sometimes I've talked to Mary about how good it is to live by a principle, right? And why there's so many benefits to it, as an example, you know, and how positive it is and whenever Mary attacks herself for a sin, we would talk about that's not a good thing to do. That, you know, attacking yourself for a sin is making it harder for you to deal with your sin. Right? Things like that. So there's many times when we've had really loving conversations about principles, right? But we don't discuss, like, if it comes to, here's a love issue, it's raised, that's the end of it.
Yeah, but I think that's really important what you raised, because a lot of times when we talk about this, and, you know, when you talk about your family and your partner and everything, and a lot of times because you have your own fears or addictions that, and you're like, right, I've got to be principled, you can get really rigid and really firm and actually really unloving about the whole thing.
Yeah.
Rather than, which is kind of like what I was saying to you in the text, you know, last week. But there's, if you deal with your side of it, like Jay's just expressing, often we have what you guys would find very confronting conversations about my sin, for example, or what have you. In
mine too, like.
Yep.
But I don't have any.
You don't sort of punish yourself.
No, and I don't have any.
Justify it.
Yeah. So it's easy for me to have those discussions.
But in a very kind of kind way with each other now.
Yeah.
And that's possible. You know, you can be kind with your partner or your child while you're very firm at the same time. It doesn't mean that kindness doesn't mean like backing away from the principle. But you can have a kind feeling towards the other person as you're raising the thing, as I think you all experience here, you know. It can happen in your own life as well, but a lot of times what I notice is there's so much worry in you about doing it with someone outside of this environment, or so much of your own addiction, which then you're angry about having to raise it. It makes you very rigid and hard, and then the person doesn't have the same response they would have if you felt kind but firm. So yeah.
And also you've got to learn to deal with your own emotions first. So for myself, it's like there's many times where I've had a big cry by myself about something that Mary's done or said, or just general treatment, and I've had a big cry by myself, and then I sit down with myself and I work through what are the principles here that, you know, that need to be raised. And I do all that by myself, and then I'll have a conversation with Mary about those principles without involving her in my pain, without involving her in my grief about it. Don't you know that I never say things like, don't you know that I had to cry for, a couple of days about how you treated me there and all that. No, I don't do any of that. Right? It's just, even though I might have had to cry for a week. By myself, you know? And
had to sort of go through a whole process. Like often I know if you've had to go through a whole process of just really coming to grips with how unloving I've been over a long period of time, and realising no more kind of thing on certain issues. Yeah. And you never put that on me, even though these days
I would say things like, Mary, I really want to be with you, but the way we're together now is never going to work. It has no future, because I want to get closer to God and closer to God's principles, and you're demonstrating to me that you don't. So how can it work? We're going to be getting further apart. And I said, and I don't want to live in the house with a person who's getting further and further apart. I want to live in a house with a person who's getting closer and closer to me. That's what I want, right? So I know that we're getting further apart. You can feel we're getting further apart. You can feel you don't want to embrace the principle. I want to. So we need to make a decision. Now, Mary sometimes would then go into a self-punishing state. Go, oh, well, I've got to leave then. And I'm saying, there you go, making a bad decision.
And saying you don't want to deal with it. There you go, Mary, saying you're not going to deal with it.
This is evidence.
You're just running away.
This is evidence that you don't actually want to deal with it. Because if you wanted to deal with it, and if you were a loving person, you would actually say, I don't want to run away from my sin. I want to confront my sin, deal with my sin, work through my sin. And then I say, but because you feel like you want to run away, run away. You got to feel what it's like to run away for 6 months. We'll run away for 6 months. And as many times Mary has run away.
I really had to. I had to make, like I said a couple of weeks ago, I had to make a decision. I had to decide certain things inside of myself. But because of my addictions, I always wanted to put the responsibility onto other people around me. You know, it wasn't until I finally sort of said, well, this is for me that I'm doing this, and,
And
I
you
want
the
actually
principles.
that I want the principles.
Yeah. And once Mary decided, I want the principle, then it's a lot different. There's a lot of mercy that can be shown when a person wants principle, because a lot of times then it's just a lack of understanding or a lack of knowledge, that can be imparted, But when the person doesn't want to deal with the issue at all, literally God shows no mercy in that situation. There's none. It's just like cut and dried. Here's the result, and that's it. The only time mercy can be shown in a legitimate manner that helps the person is when the person is in a state where they desire to progress. They desire to change and become more principled. Does that make sense? Yeah.
If everybody did that tomorrow, everyone would be living in tents and there'd be
For a
no
while.
family units anymore.
For a while.
For a while, until we just have a desire.
Yeah. But also, can you see how the statement in itself sort of says, well, everyone will make a bad choice.
And this is what I used to say to Mary, like, you have other choices here. You could choose to be more loving here. You could choose to embrace the process that you say that you want to embrace, but your actions are not demonstrating you do. But you could choose to. So you don't have to run away. You could choose to go through the process. Right?
And I especially feel this with kids.
Yeah.
A lot of parents are just in their own addictions with kids, and they assume that their child would make the choice to live outside, Whereas I think even Elle would admit if she had dealt with more emotions in that process with the kids, they would have made it sooner when you first heard God's truth. You wouldn't have even got to that situation.
Possibly not.
Yeah, it depends. But, I don't know. I just feel like you just got to be careful about sort of saying, well, if we did that, everything would fall apart. Because my experience is, well, yeah, some things had to fall apart in me, but then there's the opportunity for things to come together in a much more real way that was never possible before then.
But also, Taryn,
And what is a
everything that's
family
unloving
unit
needs to fall
anyway?
apart.
Oh yeah, I don't see it as a bad thing.
No.
I think it's just going to change. It'll be a big
change.
for
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah.
But everything that's unloving should fall apart. Should.
Yeah, and really, we're just getting real now.
Yeah.
That's right.
And that's good.
It's
Yeah.
this family unit is
Yeah.
such an illusion. Actually, there are no unified families that I can feel. And
Yeah.
do we really
There's some in
need?
the spirit world.
Yeah, on Earth, I mean. And also what the Earth views as a unified family needs to change as well, because it views conformity to the family as unity. And I don't agree with that.
There's a lot of problems.
It does. Everyone has to make their own choice about how they're going to use their will on Earth, And
The only true unity is everybody obeying God's law. Desiring to obey God's law. Because even if you obey it without desiring it, you're not unified. So that's like in a family, you ask your children to clean up after themselves and they only do it because you pester them about it. Well, that's not unified because you've got to pester them all the time.
Or they only do it to get approval.
Yeah,
that's also
that's not unified either.
Their own development,
That's right. The motivation should come from within their heart, then they'll be unified with you about the issue.
Is there generally a fatalistic feeling about change on Earth?
Yeah.
Is it?
Most people feel change is bad, don't they?
Or
Pretty much.
impossible.
We talked about that in 2014, remember, at that group. But we talked a lot about that's how we introduced the group. Was that you have to change. What are you doing not changing? Measure your change. And am I different than I was 5 years ago? If you're not, well, and it's better. If it's not better, less sin, then you've either changed for the worst or you haven't changed. So what's the point of that? Most people are resistant for change though because of fear-based reasons, and it's not the fear itself that's the reason; it's the justification of your fears. What I see is a lot of you still doing is you're going, oh, but this fear is a good thing. It's valid. It's something that's going to help me. Don't you see? I'm protecting myself with this fear, and it's never the case. It's just sad. Yeah. And if you adhere to principle, one of the principles is no matter how afraid you should adhere to a principle. That's a principle. One of God's principles of love is no matter how afraid you are, you should live by the principle. That's one of God's principles. Right? So if I'm afraid and then I tell myself I don't have to live by the principle now, well, now I don't understand God's principles. Because God's principles are no matter how afraid you are, you still should live by the principle. Fear is just an illusion. It's an illusion emotion. It's an emotion that's been usually created in your past somehow through some effects, and then now you believe in it. You don't have to. And you're not going to give up your fears until you go through that emotionally. That they're actually just fears, and all you got to do is feel them, and then they'll be gone. Right? And you're not going to do that if you don't live by the principle. If every time you compromise the principle for the sake of your fear, how are you ever going to deal with your fear? You're just going to continually live in your fears from then on, and you're never going to deal with them, right? So to actually deal with your fear, just like every other emotion, you've got to see that the principles are more important than your emotions. How you feel about things doesn't matter. From God's perspective, God's not saying, oh, I'm really worried about how Mary feels about, this principle I have. God's not worried about it.
How's she going to cope with that feeling?
That's not how God is. God doesn't worry about you, like not believing, like having emotions about his principles. So you can have your spits and you can have your carries on and you can have your fear and you can have your rage and you can have your shame about his principles. At the end of the day, he doesn't care. They're still principles. All of those things need to be felt. He has compassion that you have all of those feelings, but he doesn't care in the sense that he's not changing his principles. His principles are his principles and they are not going to change. Right? And that's, if you want to be at one with God, that is where you will need to approach. You're going to have to be in that place before you become at one with God, actually, where you are unwilling to compromise loving principles for any purpose. It's one of the ways you become at one with God, is to actually get into a stage where you don't ever compromise a loving principle for any purpose. That makes sense? Yeah.
You have to be willing to get uncomfortable in that.
Yeah, and honestly, you've got to start treating your discomfort as, so what? I'm uncomfortable. Like, you've got to sort of treat it not like it's king, like, I'm uncomfortable, it's the end of the world, but rather, I'm uncomfortable. Well, yeah, I will be uncomfortable until I live by all the principles.
It's actually quite, like, I think I'm in that process now, and it's like, oh, okay, I don't have to, fight this all the time, and I've spent so long fighting it. Yeah. Now it's like, oh, well, no, this is just how it's going to be until this
I'm going to be
changes.
uncomfortable until I change.
Yeah.
In harmony with the principle.
And then I'll have some more discomfort, and then I'll change some more. It's this
and I'll have some
expectation.
pains and aches and pains and sufferings in my body, and I'll have some emotions to have to deal with.
And I'll have sleepless nights,
I'll
like
have
we're talking
sleepless
to,
nights and worries,
and I'll feel like, oh, I can't settle or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like in the West, we have such an entitlement to comfort that we're just giving up that entitlement and going, oh, I never was entitled to that in the first place. Sort of feels like weirdly.
And also that your sin isn't comfortable, and keeping it in you makes you uncomfortable. And the only time you're really going to be comfortable is if you don't have sin anymore. So it doesn't make any really logical sense to keep it. It's,
And do you think we use our facade as a way to kind of cover up the uncomfort of the sin? It feels like that mask to try and cover it up.
But also denial is used a lot, where you just deny that you're even uncomfortable.
Well, it's like it feels like addictions to me too. You're just chasing the next addiction to get out of the discomfort. Numb.
That's something I was numb for a while.
Or you think it's comfortable. But even I see all these ways, like humour. A lot of times people's humour is a way of managing discomfort. Commiseration, having a drama. having a whinge,
talking about our
feelings, like all these things are just ways that most people, when things do, even when you get a little bit conscious of your discomfort, all those other things come out. Yeah. There's a lot of, we're all pretty good at, like, we think we're pretty good at managing discomfort. We've got a lot of techniques. And a lot of them feel very rational to us. Like, it's legitimate. It's a part of life. You know, we should be able to do that.
Just the entitlement's really strong. Yeah.
The entitlement, yeah.
Should be able to avoid that pain. Yeah.
It's such a way that we're diametrically opposed to God. That's what I feel now. Like, wow, I was just wandering around thinking I was entitled to comfort. Meanwhile, carrying all this sin and justifying all my sin and acting in all my sin, and I thought at the same time I should be able to be comfortable. And when you feel God's feelings about that, God's like, no, you can't be comfortable when you're sinning. And realizing how much that set me in opposition to God. You know, how was I going to have a relationship with God while I felt like I'm entitled to comfort while I sin? And God's like, no, your sin creates pain and suffering, and that's a loving natural result. And it was just like butting heads all the time. Yeah.
Is that like the rebellion in us as well?
Yeah. I think the entitlement creates a rebellion, you know, or sometimes hopelessness for me created rebellion. Like, it can never be any better, so F it. I'm just, you know, I'm going to go full bore in the opposite direction, you know. Because I can never be good, I'll just be super bad. Or because you can never please people in authority, I'm just going to up yours to everyone in authority, you know?
Yeah.
And
Really
sort of
angry state, isn't it?
It's very, hopelessness is very angry. Yeah. Because you're sort of in the hopeless state, or I have been and still am sometimes, you know, to avoid the deep grief of, you know, of something that's happened, you know. Yeah. And so it's almost it's a power, trying to get power over the sadness. Yeah. If you think about, you know, a lot of us feel hopeless about happiness in a relationship with the opposite gender, or whoever your soulmate's gender is. That just exists because there's grief in you that you're trying to manage about that about that romantic connection, you know. But I see most people over the age of 40 are hopeless about romance. That even if they're in a partnership, they're like, oh well, this is as good as it gets. Yeah, you can't hope for anything better.
Yeah, and that's why we stay in long relationships that aren't working, because we go, well, what's the other option? It's not going to be any better than this.
Yeah, which is that
attitude,
angry
you know.
hopelessness,
Yeah,
isn't it? Rather than grieving how it is right now. Yeah.
Or being principled.
Yeah. Well, the principle would expose the grief, isn't it?
The principles will automatically expose the emotions. If you live by them, you'll find, oh, now I've got an emotion here to feel, now I've got an emotion here to feel.
Do you find, it's kind of changing the subject a bit, that physical matter is responding to our emotions? In, like, when we were driving the other day, Mary, and you were giving me feedback and I was connecting with hopelessness, and then the revs on my car started going up. The revs were way high, so I started driving a bit slower, and then the truck behind me, because we're talking about feeling hopeless in a threatening situation, and then he was beeping his horn at me and trying to get me to go. But meanwhile, my revs are so high, so I couldn't go faster, and my hip was burning, and all this stuff was happening while I'm feeling, maybe it was anger, that I don't know. I just, like, is that normal? Does that happen to you guys?
Well, of course, matter responds to your soul,
yeah,
which is your emotional state. That's how all the laws work. So that's definitely true. In the situation that you described, though, there was other things other than that going on.
Okay.
You've always had a feeling of not loving men.
Yeah.
It's come about since your teenage years, really, and early adulthood. And so you're not very sensitive to when men are, wanting something. So an example of that is, if the loving thing to do when you're driving is to drive at the speed limit, if the speed limit is there, because you're going to make other people around you more impatient by not doing it. And the fact that you were so self-absorbed in your feelings means you're not in that state aware of what is really happening around you.
Yeah.
And so a lot of what's going to happen then is things have to happen externally for you to become aware of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I thought I was going to like burn the motor on the car if I went faster because the revs were. I don't know. It's never happened before, and then it didn't happen again. I was just a bit confused of what emotions.
Well, you didn't want to go faster.
Okay.
You wanted to stop and feel.
Right.
You didn't even really want to take Mary there now that you were feeling. And.
Well, I think I was saying things that you weren't expecting me to say, and it was stirring you up.
Yeah.
You have a tendency, like we were talking about, to focus on the physical, and I kept drawing you back to the spiritual.
And you don't want to focus on the spiritual.
Yes. Yeah. Like the physical solution.
Yeah. Because the physical solution seems easier to you. But it's a very important principle you say, because actually all your physical issues are going to be because of different emotions.
Yeah. And I think your body responding in all those ways too, like your hip starting to hurt, was also sort of indicating that, because you were talking about, I think we were talking about your mouth, weren't we? And then, I was raising all these things about your fears and fears around things happening to your physical body and sexuality and all of this, and then everything. And then there was the man who was very impatient because you'd been going 80 in a 100 zone, and then you got even slower, and he was getting more and more impatient behind you.
And because you're more focused on your own feelings than his.
Yes. So it was a really good attraction. He wasn't very happy about it, but I think there's a lot in it for you to feel about, to unpack about. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, attractions are pretty perfect, and sometimes you think you get the attraction and then you get more sensitive and you're like, oh, there's so much more to it even that I wasn't even picking up at the time.
And every attraction is a mixture of things generally.
But generally, you're kind of saying I was in sin at that time, right? Because I was not wanting.
Well, no, this is the thing most people don't realise. You're in sin constantly until you get rid of it.
You weren't without sin before the conversation.
It's not just at that time. But this was some of the laws working on your behalf to expose some of those.
To help you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're working on, God designed those laws for us to expose those things. But it's important to understand that you're not just sinning at that time. It's a constant state until you relieve yourself of your sin, whatever they are, whatever sins you have. It is a constant state that is a projection to the environment, and it's also a constant state that the response of the environment is also a constant state. Right? It's just under certain circumstances where emotions are heightened, you have further attractions, which then occur under those conditions.
Which, I sort of feel like that's loving, because you sort of already, it's heightened and then there's more information for you to sort of work with. But you felt to me to be very frightened about what I was saying, but not feeling it, so going hard against it. And when Jesus and I drive together, generally, not always, but 90% of the time he drives, because when we start having discussions.
So I should have got you to drive.
If we're just going down the road, I drive. But if we're going on a road trip, usually he drives, just from experience. We used to drive to Kyabra all the time, and we'd get to certain points and we'd go, I'll just pull over and you can drive so I can feel about what we're talking about now.
It's not good for you to be driving while you're feeling, because obviously, when I say driving while you feel, I mean feeling the sin, because you'll be in turmoil, and that is going to have its own attractions. It's far better to sort of, and this is why sometimes when I see people having deep and meaningful conversations in the car, you've got to make sure that whoever's driving is not going to be emotionally like destabilized from those discussions, because otherwise you're just going to attract events. Yeah. So sometimes for Mary and I, you know, most of the time if we're, and the more Mary progresses, the safer you become as a driver as well.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. And the more considered you become with others as well, isn't it? You become more aware around you, what's going on. You become more aware of people's feelings. You know, you become aware that somebody wants to pass you, and you know, all these kind of things, and you you help them do such things.
Yeah.
If you love them, you help them. If you don't love them, then you try to hinder them generally. You see that a lot, don't you, when people are driving?
Yeah, people speed up when you get to the overtaking
Yeah,
lane.
that's
Like,
because
suddenly you're going 110.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you were going 95. And I was
because they
going
don't love the people behind them. You see.
Yeah.
If they love them, they'd say, "I'd stay 95 or even go a bit slower and let everyone
Let you
pass
pass.
me."
Yeah.
You know, and then speed up again. Or
Yeah,
something. But
yeah.
they do the opposite.
Yeah.
And a lot of that's
You're
because of
doing
anger.
speed.
It's
Anger.
like, there's a natural anger inside of people, and they're automatically responding to their
Not
anger.
even consciously kind of doing
Even they do it. You say unconsciously, but it's not really unconscious. You could be conscious of it, but the average person doesn't want to.
Doesn't want to be.
When they're angry, they want to be powerful. They don't want to be conscious.
Yes. Yeah. What's driving it?
Competitive thing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, a lot of people are very competitive about it.
Yeah. But that's all about anger as well. Competition is about anger. Wanting to be better than somebody else because in the past you felt worse than somebody else, and don't want to feel about it.
Yes.
So geez, about principled action, always working out the best for everyone. If I'm the person who goes off in a rage and says, "F that," I'm out of here. I don't want to live like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to come up against that principle again sometime in the future.
You are, because you're not addressing the principle in the moment. Yeah.
So it should help me.
Sorry?
Should help me to make the right decision the next time, but maybe not.
But it helps you with your it helps you with your facade. So this is what happened with me when I first lived with Jesus. I got angry a lot, but then I couldn't maintain my facade that I was Miss Sweetness and Light because I was so angry all the time at this person.
Mary told me when we first met that every man she'd lived with said she was so
easygoing. You're smooth, mate.
They
had no principles, so I was. Because I was a people pleaser to get approval, I'd just bend my will to everybody else. So they thought I was great and easygoing. And then I lived with someone who was very principled,
who wouldn't even let her bend her will to meet my approval.
And he would challenge me on that very addiction. And I was just mad all the time. And it was good for me because I couldn't maintain the facade that I was just a chilled out, laid back, easygoing girl. I had I had a lot of demands, and that was.
But also, I was loving towards Mary about saying, look, like I've been through a lot of the stuff I know you're going to have to go through. I can help you if you want help. You know, it's not just like, oh, this is a problem and you deal with it. It was more. It was more loving than that, but that being said, when Mary felt like she was not going to deal with it, you know, because there were many times she felt that, then I would say, well, I've got to deal with something now.
But Rob's question is about the person who doesn't want to deal with the principle, and I think it is the best for that person as well. It helps them break down their facade, and it also helps them to see their will more clearly.
But you've also got to bear in mind too, so for Mary and myself, Mary almost expected me to keep raising things as well, and expected that I would give her time and things like that. And I'm going, all of those expectations are unloving too. It's not my role in life to correct your every action whenever it's unprincipled. That's not my role. It's not my role to correct you, any of you. My role in life is to just live my life. It's my life. I'm allowed to live my life the way I choose. As long as what I choose is in harmony with the principles, everything is going to be great for my life. And it's not my role to have to correct you every time you live out of harmony with the principle. That's not my role either. And if you expect it, that's just another unloving thing you're doing to me. Does that make sense?
So the person being principled and me even being angry because I had that expectation also helped me to identify the expectation. Because if Jay just kept meeting it all the time, I'd go, well, that's love, that's normal, that's... But it forces you at least into the point where you have to make a decision. Do I want to see that my way there might be a problem with? Or do I want to continue in my sin even when it's unsupported by the people around me? So that angry person is more enabled in their will. And even if they choose, well, I'm going to continue to sin, I still think that's better for them in the long run.
It's their choice,
and they're forced to see it as their choice more.
Yeah. They will come up against it.
Eventually, if you're persistent, if the person who's loving is persistent, it's very rare to stay around that person and not eventually see things.
Yeah.
It's when they're not persistent and consistent that things get badly distorted.
But even if say I'd just gone, well, I'm so angry, I'm never talking to you again. I definitely would have run up against that same situation again in a relationship where either the person met all my addictions or they didn't, and I would have a contrast then as well. So I have more opportunities for self-awareness. And if every partner from that point met all of my addictions, when I entered the spirit world and I started to receive the same kind of consistency that I had in that relationship, I'd go, oh, okay.
Something's going on there.
What's happening here? You know? Yeah. So
it's a quicker turnaround point for a person.
It's the most economical thing you can do with the time of your life. If you choose to delay and compromise, you're going to drag everything out a lot more for everyone, not just yourself, but for everyone. So, I've often thought the sooner a relationship breaks down, the better. Because if it's going to break down anyway, the sooner it does, the better. Right? Mind you, a relationship doesn't have to break down if two people are working towards the principles.
Yeah, that would be
because that's the ideal. And I used to say that to Mary all the time. I'd say, look, we won't have any problems if both of us are working towards the same principles. There won't be any problems. We'll have a lovely life, And so I try to encourage her with her faith to see that it would be better.
But of
even
course,
though Mary had no faith.
I had zero, and that's something that I've developed. But I don't know. I don't even feel like that's your job to encourage my faith.
No, but it's something you want to do.
Yeah, love.
Love sort of causes you to want to do things, and that's one of the things that causes you to want to do. So you don't sort of there's many times when we've had conversations where I'm saying to Mary, can't you see that it would be a great thing if we did this?
And I've often said, no, I can't see. I just can't.
And then what can I do after that?
Yeah.
Until Mary can see, anything I do is really not going to work independent. If we're having a relationship, anything I do independently is really not going to work for the benefit of the relationship if Mary feels differently.
I can see where the faith in it's pretty important at
Yeah.
the beginning, right?
Very important.
Because we're all on principle at the beginning.
Yeah.
Somehow we've got to develop that faith of what I'm going to be.
If I stick by the principles, everything will work out.
And, this is the opportunity that you have that I didn't really take. It took a lot of pain and suffering for me to realise, there's this other choice, which is to be principled, that I've known about for a long time. But I've been trying whether or not it was conscious, like whether or not I was thinking it or not, I was trying to find a way where I could be happy without being principled. And I had to go back and forth and try.
You're trying to find a way to be happy with your addictions.
With my addictions, yeah. It's another way of saying, you know, without principle, you know, with my addictions. Yeah. And it just, I had the benefit, the gift of someone being very principled. I guess I also gave myself the gift of staying engaged with him because,
because
you
if
know, a lot of people
Mary could have
don't.
just walked away,
Yeah.
which most people would have done.
Yeah. But in that process, you know, I went through a lot of unnecessary pain and suffering, which is something that I have to
Which is
deal
something
with
we
now.
also talked about.
Yep. Yep. And you even warned me that it was all unnecessary, and I still went ahead. But, you know, it's just how quickly you decide you're going to deal with the principles. And in part, it was going through the pain and suffering that caused me to take a chance on the principle, which helped me grow the faith. So,
yeah, you got to do the experiment.
Yeah. And you can't just like intellectually do the experiment. You've got to emotionally decide because I intellectually decided many times I'd do an experiment, but I still valued my addictions above the experiment. So I'd still revert to my addictions in every instance, you know. Yeah.
I'm pondering or questioning. I don't know the word, but I do have a lot of doubt, and I know you have said that doubt is driven by anger
And fear.
and fear.
And the desire not to make choices.
Doubt is an interesting thing because you sort of want to create doubt. And you'll find this as you progress. You'll find that every time you had doubt, you wanted to stay in it.
Yes.
And the reason why we want to stay in doubt frequently is because we don't want to have to make a cut and dried decision.
Okay.
One way or the other.
Yeah.
Right? So it's best to vacillate all the time, you know.
Vacillate?
Yeah, which means going back and forth between two opinions all the time. Like you sort of go, oh yeah, I think it might be true. Oh no, I don't see how it can be true. But oh, maybe it is, and maybe it isn't. And these kind of states cause you to not make a final choice.
Not make any choice.
It's often then when I have had a period of feeling really bad.
Yeah.
Grief, sadness.
That's what I'm saying. Fear of your emotions.
A lot of fear, and felt rather good that I had sort of felt it through, and then the doubt comes. That was it's just fake. Everything is fake. You didn't do it.
Well, you know, that kind of doubt can be a lot of different things. It can be spirit-influenced doubt, with spirits who are in addiction with you, who want you to not make further progress in that direction. It can also be you, where you know, where if you make a bit more progress in the same direction, then you'll have to change things in your life that you don't want to change. And so that then causes you to go, oh, maybe I need to start doubting some things here as well.
Maybe it wasn't true.
Sorry?
Maybe it wasn't true what I felt.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff. Because if you focus on it being true, you might do more of it, and that might bring you certain results that you do not want to have.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It
And
does.
so, and you see this a lot with people where they would rather have a state where they would rather doubt something or criticise it than they would actually accept it and then make a choice. And most people don't like making cut and dried decisions, like where they just make straight decision and then on with their life after that. Most people prefer to make change very slowly rather than make instant change. And when you live by a principle, sort of change is forced upon you by the principle. And most people don't like that, and that's why they don't like living by principles. Right? But if you really want to change, living by the principle is the fastest way.
And it's I think it's rather stupid to live in doubt, because that is such an unpleasant place to be in.
Yeah, you say that, but most people prefer it because they're more afraid of knowing something than they are of not knowing it. And you see this in the world a lot. You know, you look at things like 9/11 or other events like that. Nobody really wants to know the truth about what happened. And the reason why is if they found out the actual truth, then you'd have to make some major decisions about that the average person's not prepared to make. Right? So they don't want to know the truth. Like, the truth is available. Every single spirit in the spirit world knows the truth about what happened, whether they're in the hells or in the heavens. They know because they observed it. Right? Any single one of them could tell you, but we don't want to know. And the reason why we don't want to know is because we don't want to then have to make decisions, choices. And so we would prefer to be in a state where we go, oh, maybe it's true, maybe it isn't, maybe that's true, maybe this is true. Oh, it's all so fascinating, isn't it? Because that could be true and this could be true. But we'd rather stay in that place or in total denial than we would actually know what is true and then have to make a choice.
So that would be a good way to go for me when I'm back in doubt, to say to myself,
Yep.
now it's something I don't
want to
know.
do. I don't want to know something yet. I don't want to know something.
Okay.
What is it?
Is
Yeah.
the,
Yeah.
I was just going to say, is the doubt a similar thing to withdrawing from people and withdrawing from situations?
Yeah, well, there's different types of doubt. And also there's different types of actions you may take to avoid things. A doubt is one of the actions you take to avoid. Anger is another, because it's a purposeful power over the situation to avoid it. So withdrawal is another, where you withdraw from situations or from people just so that you can avoid living by the principle with that person, or with yourself even. So yes, there's a lot of actions we do take which we excuse because we don't want to be principled. And if you're principled, you will have the fastest progress. You will grow the most in the shortest period of time. But the average person doesn't want to grow fast. You know, they want to grow with a specific level of slow control, you know, over it. Like, so you often hear people say, but you know, you've got to keep yourself comfortable. You've got to love yourself. You know, is a constant thing that's said to us. Mary and myself both hear this a lot from people. Oh yes, but I realised that I wasn't comfortable doing that. You know, that kind of thing.
Wasn't ready.
The average person is very addicted to their emotional comfort. And so, you know, when you tell them you're far better off having no emotional comfort every day and then in 3 years' time being free of it all, than you are having this sort of illusion of comfort and in 2,000 years' time you're now free of it all. Of the sin, I mean. So, you know, the average person would like to delay their progress 2,000 years if they could get away with it. And that's why God's laws generally don't let you get away with it. Yeah. That's why there's penalties, because if there weren't, the average person would go, oh, well, there's no penalties, I might as well stay how I am. Yeah. There's got to be some penalties if you think about it, because if there isn't, what would cause you to question your own choices and decisions? So, you know, an example of that is many of you are living alone, right? You want to live alone. You think you don't, but you do, because you are living alone. Like, that's indication that you want to, right? And like I said a week ago, I think it was, you are getting what you want.
I think that was a day ago.
Was that a day ago? Sorry. That was yesterday, sorry.
You had a busy day today.
Yeah. So you are getting what you want. You are living alone. So why do you want it? Is the better question. And when you start questioning, oh yeah, we were having a conversation about soulmates, weren't we? And, you know, when you start questioning why you really want things, it's really quite interesting, because you start realising you want that because of this fear, and you want that because of that fear, and that makes you uncomfortable, so you don't want that. And if a man comes into your life or a woman comes into your life, you know, that you're now living with, you're going to have to make allowances for the different sin, and you're going to have confrontations like we've been illustrating to you about, you know, what the principle is and whether one or both of you are out of harmony with that principle. You're going to have to work through those issues, and the average person doesn't want that conflict in their life. The average person doesn't want to have to make those decisions.
So they want to control their environment and avoid their triggers.
Correct. And the best way to do that, one really good way, is to live alone. If you've got the means and the ability to live alone, live alone. Because then you get control pretty much over everything. You know, you can't control the persons down the street, and you can't control what happens at the shopping centre, so you still got to put up with all that. But you can control your home environment. You're not going to be confronted every single day with something. But when you live with somebody and you're living by principle, you're going to be confronted every single day with something. And the average person doesn't want to bear that. They don't want to have that. That's too uncomfortable. So they'll use every excuse to get away from that situation. Living alone is one of the ways, but also doing things like withdrawing every time a confrontation occurs. That's another way, you know, or getting angry every time something happens. That's another way, or, you know, just, gaslighting yourself about it, like telling yourself that it's not that real thing, it's this other thing, you know, that kind of thing. We do these kind of things all the time just to stay away from what we're afraid of. And for the most part, what we're really afraid of is our emotions, how we feel about things. That's what we're really afraid of.
And the self-punishment we talked about yesterday, it's incredible how many times I can make things my fault.
That's right. Yeah.
Like I'm to blame.
That's right. And it's just another way of avoiding what's really happening. There's so many things we do. And your tendency to do one over the other will depend a lot about how you've been brought up. You know, you might like self-blame rather than rage. So, you know, some others would like rage rather than self-blame, you know. Some people like to just walk away, you know, withdraw. But other people like to get in the fray and have a big argument and fight about it. You know, that's their way, you know. So the methods you use are going to be different based upon the injuries you have. But the underlying principle is the same, in that you're just using those situations to avoid the truth and avoid living by the principle.
Can I ask how, because I feel like this kind of interfaces with when you say how sin fights for itself.
Yeah, this is exactly what it is. Yeah. Yeah. So these are the things we do when the sin is fighting for itself. So for some of you, you help the sin fight for itself by walking away. For some of you, you have a fight. That's how you have the sin fight for itself. For some of you, you're defensive. For some of you, you just, you know, reason with yourself that it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that, you know, the situation could easily be dealt with. Some people go into this like, I'm going to be Zen now, breathe deeply, do a bit of yoga, and I'll be over it. You know, that kind of thing.
Reframe it.
This is all the sin fighting for itself. All of those behaviours.
So is that true to say that when I choose to go into doubt, you know, doubt is coming to me, that is the sin fighting for itself?
That's right. And so you're committing another sin, helping the sin fight for itself.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's exactly what's happening. And it's like self-punishment, another way sin fights for itself. Punishing others, another way sin fights for itself.
I make myself wrong rather than confront the situation.
Correct. Another way sin fights for itself. It means that you don't have to confront the situation. And we let ourselves off the hook for the principle lots, like, you know, a lot in our lives. And when you start living by the principle, this is why a lot of emotions come up and turmoil comes up, because you start realising, wow, you know, I'm not doing the right thing there, and I'm not doing the right thing there either, and it's not the right thing there either. And you get to the stage almost where you go, pretty much every single thing that's happening in my life, I'm not doing the right thing. Because I'm not living by the principle. I'm letting my sin fight for itself and maintain its power, you know.
So a lot of the times I am wrong then.
Yeah.
If I'm not taking action.
Of course. Yeah, because you're breaking the law, you know. God's law.
The tricky thing with sin is it makes you feel like you should take action and confront someone when you need to take more responsibility, or it tells you you are wrong when you need to confront something. You know, that's the thing about sin. When it fights for itself, it causes you to not see the situation clearly.
You felt your emotions and you're able to...
Yeah, and long to God for the truth about
well, that's the key thing. You need a thing that sets your compass, right? And what sets your compass is your relationship with God and God's principles. That's your compass. So you've got to be really honest with yourself about, am I breaking one principle here? And what does God feel about what I'm doing? You know, the more you can connect with God and what God feels about what you're doing, it's so easy then to see, I did the wrong thing there. And, that was the right thing. Did the right thing there.
But not beat yourself up about it.
Well, you won't beat yourself up about it because that would be another sin. You know what I mean? It's like, yes, I got the problem. I got to fix it, not beat myself up about it. Beating myself up about it lets me off the hook for fixing it.
You come to learn every time I beat myself up about it, I'm not fixing it.
Yeah.
So do I want to fix it or just avoid it still?
Yeah, there's many times I've said to Mary, like, you just want to either run away now or beat you up. Like, whenever Mary's been prone to beating herself up because her family's prone to beating her up, right? So I'm saying every time Mary did that, I'll try to help her to stop, you know, and say, stop beating yourself up about it. There's no need for that. What there is a need for is some change. And you're not going to change beating yourself up for it.
And I had to come to feel that in myself too. You know, you come to a point of feeling where you're like, oh, this is wasted time. It doesn't get a result. When I was a kid, it got some sort of approval
from parents,
but it doesn't actually get me results. You know.
And a lot of things you choose to do, you've chosen to do them because you've been taught how to do them. And a lot of the teachings have come from very abusive behaviours of parents in order to teach you how to do it. But even all of that considered, that's still not an excuse for not living by the principle.
No, as an adult now.
Yeah,
that's right. You if you know the principle, why aren't you living by it? So it's just a simple
fear of consequence.
Justification.
Well, that's a justification. Yeah. So I don't care how much you're afraid. She will live by the principle, right?
When you live by the principle, there will be a consequence.
Yeah.
Whatever
and
it is.
And it's good.
Yeah.
It's always going to be good.
It's going to be better than what you've got.
That's right.
But
you've got consequences now anyway, if you think about it.
That are not
like, how many of you got happy consequences from what you've been doing? Not a lot, right? So what's the point of, you know, you've got to learn to measure the unhappy consequences you currently have as well and go, do I want to keep having them?
That's what I was saying to Rob before. Like, unfortunately, it took me a lot of pain and suffering to go, oh, yeah, this sucks really badly. Maybe I should try a principle.
See how that goes.
Do you have the principle written on your heart before you make the decision to live by it, or can you make a decision to live by it and it grows over time?
You're going to have to live by some principles before your heart can even change.
That's my experience.
The reality
it can't be in your heart.
The reality is things enter your heart when the emotions leave your heart, but then you're going to have to live by the principle that you're going to feel your emotions. So even for that to change, you're going to have to live by a principle, right? And that's you're going to have to self-enforce it. You can't rely on your partner enforcing it or some friend enforcing it, right? You've got to enforce it for yourself, right? So, yeah, a lot of times if you have this is what we talk about in the pageant, is about moral fortitude and morality. If you have some moral fortitude, you will live by the principle, knowing that whatever emotions you have will just come up, and as long as you live by the principle that you feel them, they'll release. And when they release, your heart will change, and your heart changes, then you'll know the principle in your heart, and you never need to be educated about it ever again, right? Before then, you do need to be educated. You do need to get education because you don't have the principles in your heart, and you've got to hear them from somewhere. And like I've said many times before, it's going to be from someone other than yourself, because you're in a state where you are right now. You can't progress beyond that state without external help. You're going to need some help from somebody, and then it's a matter of who do you choose to get help from. Again, you can base that on principles. Who's more truthful? Who's more honest? Who's more loving? Who's more open? Who's more, has more faith? Who has more courage? Who, look at their principles. So you go up to a guru who's claiming to be a guru, but he's sleeping with his, with 5 people in the group, and he's doing all these other things. How many principles has he got? Can he help you with yours? If he has no principles himself, how can he help you with your principles? He can't. So unless he's got some principles, it's pointless even asking for his assistance, right? It'd be very unwise to ask a person who has no principles for assistance with your principles, because all he's going to do is give you his or hers. So you can even measure who's to ask. Like the persons to get help from are the people who are more principled than you are. And it's quite simple. You can get help from persons who are more principled. You're not going to get help from people who are less. So many of you in the past have tried different spiritual pursuits, but if you look at those pursuits you imbibed or tried, you can see the people involved were less principled many times than even you were at the time. Right? So how are they going to help you? They're just going to decay your principles even further, erode them even further. Yeah? And this is the problem. Unless we live by the principles ourselves and we can start to see what those principles are, that requires education, of course. So we're going to have to get some education to do that. But unless we can see all that, how can we then make the changes necessary so that the principles come into our heart? So there's some fundamental principles about receiving God's love. They are important principles to, like, every day focus your intention on them, because they will help you make changes, you know. So we've talked about some of those principles, such as sincerity, with this, honesty, feeling your feelings, not fooling yourself, not being dishonest with yourself, not living in your addictions. These are all principles that will help you get God's love in your heart to the point where you don't need those principles anymore, because they are in your heart. You know what I mean? They're not something external to you anymore. They're in you now. And you feel the way God does about them. You know?
It's not an effort anymore.
Yeah. You don't have to try to work out what God thinks anymore. You feel what God feels. But for that to happen, you're going to have to live by some principles first. And this is why living by principles is so important. It's why, we talked about on our last trip a lot about beliefs. And one of the reasons why we did is because your beliefs taint your principles so much. It's like it's your spiritual beliefs that are very dangerous to principles unless they're in alignment with truth. Unless your beliefs are in alignment with truth, your beliefs are dangerous towards the principles. They cause you to ignore principles. So truth is very important as well. Faith is very important. Focusing on what love would do is very important. A lot of people will say to us when we talk about that, but I don't know what love would do. If you think that way, you're pretty much fooling yourself, because you do know what love would do many times. Many times.
It might be sometimes you don't.
Might be sometimes you don't, but many times you do. And also, the principle of cause and effect is a very important principle. So if I think I'm doing something loving and the effect I get is very, very bad for everybody involved, and I'm not saying bad because people made it bad, I'm saying bad because it just was bad, then obviously I'd have to look at what I chose to do. The principle is, if I act unlovingly, there'll be an unloving result. If I act lovingly, there'll be a loving result. But again, I've got to then, in advance of all that, I've got to look at the principle, what's my version of love? And what do I think a loving result is? So if I think a loving result is a smooth relationship,
I'm good at that. Not anymore.
then that I'm being completely unprincipled there, because a loving result isn't a smooth relationship. It's a relationship that grows. That's a loving result. Grows in its intensity and its desire and its affection. That's the result of principles, right? So if I think a loving relationship is a relationship where Mary just agrees with me, then obviously I've got some pretty bad principles.
Sense, if God's infinite, then the principles have infinite as well in what they can offer.
Yeah, and the blessings of them. Many of you have not experienced the blessings because you haven't been living by them. So you can't experience, one of the laws, the fundamental laws of God's universe is, unless you're living by truth and living in principles, you're not going to get the benefit of the principles before you're living in them. You know, it makes sense, doesn't it?
No, you
If
can't
God
make-
gave you the benefit of all of the principles without you having to have them, then that would be pretty, like, strange, wouldn't it? You'd get all these results that you, from doing unloving things, that you should only really get from doing loving things. You know?
It'd be like trying to have the taste of maple syrup without eating
That,
it.
yeah, that's right. Yeah. So it's very important to, you know, also grasp within yourself that if you live by the principles, you've got to first test it out and develop your faith to realise that it works. But after you do it, and it won't take long, to be honest, if you're truly focused on it, it doesn't take long. It took me 3 months in this life to work out that if I lived by principles, I'd be better off. And that was in a condition of sin. Like, it took me 3 months.
And from then you never ever compromise your principle?
Sorry?
From then?
No, but there's times that you will still compromise your principles, but you'll always notice the effects, you'll always see they were bad, you'll always measure them, attribute it to the breaking of the principle rather than some other thing. You'll realise, there's a mistake there that was made. You'll realise there was an emotion that drove that mistake, so I need to see that emotion. So that, all that happens afterwards, where you see it all happening. But unless you live by the principle, you won't see anything, You won't see anything happening.
It's about valuing the principle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because there's times where you might miss the mark of the principle, but then you go, oh, that bad thing happened because I missed the mark of the principle. You value the principle, and so you aim for.
So
the
you
principle.
become self-correcting, rather than somebody else having to correct you. You sort of go, there it was again, and there it was again, and there it was again. I didn't do the right thing there, and look at that result. Yeah. And you also start seeing things like, if I live out of harmony with the principle for 20 years, I can't expect that today, when I start living in harmony with the principle, that my life's immediately going to be better. Because I've got all of the effects on my life over the last 20 years now that are going to have to be undone. So if I've been living in disharmony with the principle with Mary, so an example of that is, let's say, with Mary, I've been demanding that Mary loves me by give me sex every day, right? Let's say that's my principle of living before I became principled. And then I realise I can't demand anything from Mary.
It's a gift.
It's a gift that she's going to give me. I can't demand that she has sex with me ever. I can't even manipulate her in one way or the other, suggest it to her, even just suggest it to her by feeling like towards her a certain way.
Withdrawing.
And withdrawing when I don't get it. All of that. I can't do any of those things anymore. So let's say I decide I can't do any of those things anymore from that moment. I've still had 20 years of doing the wrong thing. There's going to be all sorts of bad things going on in my life and bad effects in me because of that 20 years that I did the wrong thing. And I can't expect me to now change my mind today and to be instantly rewarded for the fact that from now on I'm living a good way. There's going to be, so for example, 15 years ago I might have damaged my relationship with Mary. In my heart I realised, I really loved her, but because I demanded sex from her every day and I was pushy with her about it and sometimes violent and sometimes manipulative, she left me. And I'm still in love with her, and I work it out 15 years later. I can't then go, I'm going to go and pursue Mary again. Because I have to realise I'm paying the penalty. The part of the penalty is her response to my sin. Like, I'm paying the penalty of what I did before. Like, I can't expect her to now change because I've changed today. It might take her, I would have to be prepared for the thought that it might take her more than it took me in terms of time to come to the truth, to realise that I now love her, than it did for me to come to the truth that I did the wrong thing. You understand? So in other words, I would have to feel something like, even if it takes another 20 years for me living alone, feeling about this way for Mary, before Mary realises that I still love her and wants to have a relationship with me again, then it's going to take 20 years. And there's nothing I can do to browbeat her and give her flowers and, you know, do a whole heap of things for her trying to change her mind. Do you know what I mean? Because all of those things would be manipulative.
Not principle, yeah.
They would all be out of harmony with the principle. Right. Can you see? It's like you can't expect you to make a change today, and then there are rewards that come from you making a change today, but they're not going to be rubbing out all of your history. You're going to have to deal with the consequences of your history. Once a sin is set in motion, one of the things to learn is that once a sin is set in motion, it has its effects, and those effects go on for a long time. Right? Like I set sins in motion with my sons that still are going on today with them. Even if God's given me for those particular sins and I feel free of them, I'm not expecting them to now, you know, accept me in their life anymore or anything like that, because I know that they've got to go through their own thing, and that's a part of the negative effects of me committing the sin in the first place.
Jen, can you really say you've accepted a principle if you have the expectation that it would all go away?
Yeah, you can't.
No, I don't think you can. Because, yeah.
Can you say that again?
Yeah, you can't have accepted the principle if you still expect all of the consequences of you living out of harmony with it to have gone away. Yeah. When you accept the principle in your heart, you understand that there are effects of you having not accepted it in the past, and that they are ongoing.
Yeah, you actually become more sensitive to it, wouldn't you?
That's what it.
That's right. Yeah. So an example of that for me was, like when I was 27 or 28, I had a vasectomy. Well, I'm still paying the penalty of that today. I still occasionally have pain in my testicles today from that event.
I was going to ask about that with physical ailments. Yeah, if it's been a sin your whole life and you're now experiencing pain because of it.
Yeah.
And I decide, no, I'm going to be principled and I'm not going to grasp at anything physical to make the pain go away.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to stick with feeling the emotions.
Yeah.
Like that could be a long process, right?
No, it's the shortest process.
Yeah. What if it's like in the bone? Like it's like.
Well, it's still the shortest process. Bones normally 10 years or so usually recover. Still the short process.
Yeah.
For me, the main reason why my problem is still existing is because there was an actual physical operation which has actually modified my body. And so naturally there's going to be consequences of modifying my body in the way God didn't intend. And so now, and for the last 20 years, I have never gone to the doctor to get any physical modifications of any kind. You understand? And the main reason why is because I understand from this event, like the ongoing consequences of such a decision, right? So, so I know, solve it emotionally. Don't try to solve it physically. It's the same with my body with regard to exercise. I find my body responds very sluggishly to exercise. And that's because for us, particularly for ones of the 14, unless you change the emotion, there will be very little change anywhere else. So for all the 14, that's the biggest, because their soul dominates how their body responds. Unless the emotion changes, the body won't respond. Right? And so I've also learned that that's the same for everybody. But for the 14, it's even more pronounced. So I see people like some of you, if you do a bit of a workout once or twice a week and you do a bit of exercise once or twice a week, your body sort of responds fairly quickly. For any of the 14 to try that, that's not going to happen. It's going to be slow, until they deal with the emotion. It's going to be very, very slow.
Why is that? Just because of the level of trauma?
Yeah, and the level of the effect, the dominance of the emotion on the bodies. Yeah. And I've come to terms with that now, like if I expect there to be no pain in my body, I'm going to have to make an emotional shift, not a physical one. And every time I have made one, sometimes, like when I was away last trip, instant change.
Very bad physical effect, emotion, instant change. We were just talking about that this morning.
Mary's seen that happen to me a lot.
So many times.
And so there's been no reverting back from that. That's it. You work through it, and there's no more.
That particular problem. Yeah. Now I'm noticing other problems that particular problem was covering over. You know what I mean? Like, so you end up sort of opening things up a bit. So before there was all this sort of male spirits dominating all through my lower back on the right hand side of my body. Now that that's all gone, now I can feel this pull coming from the left hand side of my body into my back, and that's having an effect on me now. But I, you know, like before I dealt with the thing this trip we'd just gone, it was hard for me to stand for 6 hours straight without feeling some pain in my lower back. And sometimes I would bend over and you'd hear it all crack and everything afterwards. And now it's like I can stand up all day talking and I don't even notice it. Even though I do notice this pull coming from the other side.
You notice that whether you're standing or not.
Yeah, it's there all the time. Yeah. So you'll notice there are some things that are sort of bigger than others. So one thing can mask other things. So you sort of deal with one thing, then you go, oh, now there's 4 other things to deal with that I didn't know I had before. But that was all being masked by that one big thing, you know, like. And so you know, then you got to just deal with them the same way. Yeah.
What about people who have life-saving operations, you know, like with, say, a heart transplant?
Yeah, well, it's a choice, but I wouldn't have one.
Yeah, but how does that affect them spiritually over a long time after?
Well, you don't deal with the cause of the problem, so it's still there. You know, so let's say I've got heart disease and there's I get some shunts put in my heart, let's say. That doesn't mean I've dealt with the emotional reasons why I had heart disease. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the emotions are still there. So now I'm in the illusion that I've fixed the problem that I haven't actually fixed. So to my mind, that's a more dangerous situation than actually not fixing it.
And it depends on how you approach it, isn't it? Like, my opinion is, you know, emergency medicine can have its place. It's sort of a grace.
Leg, you need to set it, right?
It's a grace thing, you know. You emergency have the heart bypass or whatever.
If that's what you want to do.
But unless you're going to deal with the emotion, it doesn't have a lasting impact on your actual quality of life, like in the long term.
Yeah, and particularly in the spirit world.
That's what I mean by the long term. But it is a kind of a grace that if you decide you want to deal with that emotionally, from that point, you know,
but also if they're going to put like plastic shunts in my body, you know what plastic's like, you know. It decays over time, it's got its own properties, it's got its own problems, you know. So if you're going to do things like that, make sure you choose something that's not going to end up with you later problems, you know, if there is such things. You know, sometimes there can be, but sometimes there isn't, you know. But I see a lot of people making decisions that are very permanent in their body. And sometimes even just for the sake of appearance, right? Yeah. Without it even being life-threatening or anything. And not considering the consequences of such decisions. And also it creates illusions. So like if I'm a woman who has small breasts and I feel like I need bigger breasts and I have breast augmentation, I've now got the illusion that I've got bigger breasts, but I haven't really. They're fake ones. And also on top of that, not only they're fake, but the reason why they were small has not been addressed. So I've still got the same emotion in me that I had that caused that.
And the way I felt about myself, about them being small,
that's right.
Dealt with.
And the same goes if I got too large breasts and I want to get reduction. I'm going, there's a reason why I've got these large breasts, and I need to work through those reasons, whatever those reasons are. But the average person that gets a reduction doesn't work through those things. So when we're doing things physically, we have a very strong tendency to think, oh, the problem's solved now, when the problem from God's perspective is definitely not solved.
And a lot of times I think people have surgery because they're actually just afraid of death. Not, you know. So then the fear of death is, if the surgery is successful, or they're afraid of how they appear to others, if they're in the case of plastic surgery. And then, but that's not the real cause of the problem. But that emotion is alleviated through the surgery. And they're still covering over the cause of the problem. So unless you face the cause of the problem in the process of your medical intervention, it's pretty worthless.
Yeah. So you just carry it in a bag for future.
Yeah. And you
Yeah.
keep covering it over. You've used a surgery to cover it over.
Yeah, just wasted
And
time.
it's different if you say broken a bone has never been set and then you have to set it. It makes sense to do such things. There was one operation I had when I was 27 as well, which I had broken those three times, and it had been broken so badly that I could now only breathe through one side of my nostrils. And that was causing me major trouble. And once they fixed it and reset it and everything, which was quite a painful operation, from then on I could breathe in both sides of my nostrils again, and it's been great. Right? So it's like if you had a broken leg, if it's not properly, you want to properly set it. You don't want to just leave it unset in a terrible condition and it mends in that terrible condition. You want somebody who has the skills to be able to set it, right? So that makes sense under those circumstances to have it, to do the physical thing. But you also would need to spiritually and emotionally address the reason why you broke it in the first place. Now, for some people, that's carelessness. They're not careless with their body. For other people, it's because they wanted attention from their mum or dad, or, you know, it could be all sorts of reasons. And if you address that reason, it's not going to happen again. And it will also help that area of your body to heal. Right? So what I'm finding is that I've had a lot of physical ailments in my body, particularly when I was young. It's getting a lot better now. I had way more when I was young, up until 30, in my 30s. Than I do have now. And I had a lot more pain before then than I'd have now. But, you know, then I didn't deal with any emotion. And then once I started in my 30s, that's when I started dealing with my emotion. And that's when everything started getting better.
Would you say the same thing for like teeth? Because a lot of teenagers have braces because they have too many teeth, or like...
Yeah,
would they
braces,
be able to deal with the emotion and then they go into the right place eventually?
Well, the problem is with the way the body works is there's certain things that have to happen at a certain time in order for the body to be able to properly repair itself. So an example of that with teeth is that if the emotion isn't dealt with in the parents before the child is 7, then it's unlikely that the child itself will be able to deal with the emotion during its teenage years, so it's going to have the teeth problems. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So... And that's because there's developmental stages that have happened. The first set of teeth have been lost and the second set of teeth are coming. And also the growth hormone stops, when you're at one with God, it restarts again. But before then, the growth hormone stops, right, at a certain age of the body. So that triggers a set of teeth that you now have to live with the rest of your life. Whereas when you become at one with God, you lose all your teeth. And you get all good ones again.
Wow.
You know, so it's one of the things that happened to me in the first century. I lost my teeth when I was, 30, 31. And one by one, just like I would have been as a child.
And then gummy for a while? Or?
Oh, just missing a few teeth here and there occasionally.
And then they just come back?
Yeah, they all grew back, yeah.
Wow. Like a crocodile.
What was that saying?
Like a crocodile.
Do they have lots
of
teeth?
Losing their teeth and they keep growing back.
Yeah, that's right.
There's a lot of animals.
Yeah, a lot of animals that happens. It's the sole condition that stops it from happening, you see. And so, these things happen. When you're one with God, obviously there's a lot of other things that can happen. But before then, it's sort of like you've got to be quite circumspect about what you do, even with your jaw and your face and everything, and very circumspect, because like let's say you're not at one with God and you decide to have eye surgery. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when you do become at one with God, because your eyes might go back out of focus because you got rid of some of them, and some parts of the matter is going to have to regrow. All right, and so all what they got rid of from the laser would have to be regenerated. So things like that, you've got to be circumspect about what the results are going to be.
So like organs that have been removed might grow back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you become aware of God's organs that remove grow back.
Wow.
Yeah. Not that anybody on earth's ever done it. So
Yeah.
they would. Yeah.
And you know how in the past you've spoken about how you had all the scarring from all the trauma and abuse that you experienced in the first century?
Yeah.
that only heal once you became at one with God, or did that heal through your emotions?
Some of it healed gradually, quite well, particularly between the 6th and the 7th sphere. Some of it healed quite a lot, but I wasn't completely healed until I became at one with God. No, there were, you know, when you have an injury, like quite severe ones. Like, so when I was 15, I had some quite severe injuries in the first century, and then when I was 19, I had some very severe injuries in the first century, like life-threatening injuries. Those injuries leave you with scars. And you know how scars eventually sort of heal, eventually heal, eventually heal. Well, none of those scars went away until I became one with God. They all remained until I became one with God, and then they completely disappeared. Yeah.
So do you mean that they didn't fade like ours normally would?
Yeah, you know, like on my leg here, I've got a scar which was from like 5 years of age.
Yeah.
That's going to stay with me until I become one with God. It'll stay there.
But you're not saying it didn't heal as that one has healed. You're saying it did heal in the first
healed,
century.
yeah. It healed.
That was Cap's question.
Yeah.
It healed as it normally
Just
would.
as normally would, but when you come with
But
God,
you're
it's
left
just
with a
completely
scar
different.
of the heel. You know, so I had broken bones. I had, you know, in the first century, I had a spear put through my shoulder, another one put through my hip. So there was a burnt hole. There were a hole in my shoulder before I became one with God, and a hole in my hip where they'd burnt with the spear through my flesh, and it all had sort of scaled. And I never met Mary before then, so Mary never saw that. But obviously some of my family knew, you know, that I had these scars, and they were permanent scars. I had my testicles were split open, so I had a big scar through my testicles. So there was quite a lot of things that had happened in the first century where I was left with scars, but not after I became one with God. And like I said, I got new teeth and everything as well.
How did you break your nose in this life?
Playing sports.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So like a
basketball and 2 footballs. Okay. 3 breaks, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
By the ball or the persons?
Oh, people kicking it straight into my face or whatever, stuff like that, yeah. All happened before I was 12. Yeah. A lot of injuries I have now happened way before I was 12. All my testicle injuries, a lot of them happened before I was 12. I had this huge groin cyst that occurred when I was 12 in my groin. A lot of them were in response to the feelings I was having about first century events. So I had these sort of somatic things happen to my body by feeling about, you know, unknown to myself, I was feeling about, at the time, I was feeling about certain events, and these certain things would happen in my body as a result.
Did it happen at the same age that it had happened to you the first time?
No, some of them did, but not a lot. Some of them did, like 33, a lot happened for me this life, but other things like physical things, no, a lot of them happened just as I was feeling with things, yeah.
And with your nose juices, when you had an operation, was that later on in life?
27.
Oh, you did say that. And so, because you know how you had the allergies as well? Or
Yep.
like, that must have been so full on.
It was really bad before the operation, yeah, because I'd have allergies and my nose would be blocked all the time. I'd breathe through my mouth. Yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
Like, I never breathed through my nose up until I was 27. From the time of 12.
So did you have to like retrain yourself?
No, it was all of a sudden there was this comfort about it all. I didn't have to retrain myself much at all. It was just very comfortable. Yeah. When things are wrong with your body and all of a sudden they get fixed, it's like, oh wow. You know what I mean? It's like same with asthma. Like my asthma stopped when I was 33 when I started feeling emotion. My asthma stopped and it was so like much more comfortable. Like I could breathe and I could go outside and work with hay and like pine trees and everything that used to write me off with asthma, and I could do all of that without anything happening, and it was so good. And so you sort of have this sort of growing sense of freedom. Yeah. Before then it was a lot tougher. But all these changes happen as you change emotionally. Yeah. And this is something that I really appreciate to a large degree, given all the changes that have happened to me now. Because in the first century, I didn't have a lot of problems. I obviously had a lot of scars and a lot of injuries to my body, but they all healed pretty well for the most part. Even though I was left with the scars, but even that, I realised that things healed in me faster than because I felt my feelings, So I realised that it was all about if I just felt my feelings, things would go faster, and
God is so regenerative.
Yeah.
In all of systems, like
Yeah.
body, like soul starts with the soul, but then the earth responds to our growth in love as well. Like everything regenerates.
Yeah.
There's no systems that are.
Yeah. And I've got problems right now that I've had ever since I was born, still.
Wow.
Yeah, that I haven't dealt with. One of them is I've still got a fair bit of fear about my future, and my knees are constantly hurting all the time. Like the tendons in my knees always hurt. They've always hurt all my life. I don't know what it's like to have no pain in my knees.
And that's not from sports, it's just like from
No.
when you were born.
Yeah, from the time I was born, I used to complain about it as a child the entire time. Yeah, and I know that if I can deal with some fears associated with who I am, they'll go away. Yeah.
A lot of people have knee replacements, so that'd be
Yeah.
the same emotion, obviously.
That's right, it is. Fear is about being yourself.
Why do you get it in your knees?
Sorry?
Why do you get it in your knees?
Fear's about being yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one's in a physical sense and one's in a spiritual sense. Emotional sense and spiritual sense.
And that is that connected to some chakras or something?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep.
So you know what it's like to live with a lot of discomfort.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All my life I've lived with discomfort. Yeah. Even up until now, I still live with discomfort, as Mary knows. I don't say anything about it, even to Mary, generally.
Yeah, I know.
Occasionally.
I know. Usually.
But I just know that if I keep working on things, that they'll get fixed too. And well, I've had the benefit of 30, well, what is it now?
30 years.
29 years of emotional work now. So I've realised the benefit of such things. I feel, it's really strange because I feel as healthy as I did when I was 30 because I feel better in my body in a lot of areas. And so I feel like I'm getting old. I can feel that. But I sort of feel like even though I feel old, I still feel like I was about 35 or something. Yeah.
You've got a lot of energy.
So is that the sort of reversal that happens as you feel through things?
Yeah.
So, like you said, that like when one God would feel about 25 or something.
Yeah, when you become one with God, sort of you look around the 25-year-old.
Yeah.
You'll every person you meet in the celestial heavens looks 25. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody looks older.
I hope it's a better version of 25.
It's a perfect 25. Isn't it?
I wasn't a very happy.
You're perfect. Your whole body is perfect. Even the left to right of your body is the same. So it all looks quite perfectly featured. Because as you probably know now, the left and the right side of your body is different. And the main reason why is because you have different injuries on the left and the right side of your body towards the male or the female. And once all of those injuries are gone, then you look more symmetrical. But the structural changes, the bone changes and all those things that have to happen, all happen after you become at one with God. On earth, I mean. That's what happened to me anyway, on earth in the first century. Of course, nobody else on this earth has done that, so nobody else has experienced it, so they don't have much faith about it. But because I have memories of it, it's easier for me to have more faith about it. Yeah.
Do you grow taller?
You grow to be the height your genetic structure determined in the right proportion. So for me now, I'm out of proportion. My legs are shorter than my arm span. And if you're in proportion, your arm span would be the same size of your height. So that's how you know whether you're going to change. If you measure your arm span and then measure your height, and if it's identical, then you're probably not going to change much with your proportion.
You won't have emotions about your height anymore.
That's right. And I don't see any problem with your height, actually.
I used to tell people I've had psychological effects of growing and stretching, just as a joke, because I felt always so small.
Okay.
Yeah.
But see, that's where people made you feel small.
Yeah.
And also when people focus you on your physical body, so some of you have grown up in families who have been very physically centric, and they will focus you a lot on how your physical body looks, and then you become very worried about your looks, and you become worried about things like your height and your proportions and all those things. But from an ideal perspective, your ideal proportion is your arm span is your height. So if your arm span is your height, then you're already ideally proportioned. It's just, you will find though that there'll be structural changes in terms of left and right, because that obviously there's injuries left and right that are different. But they will happen after you become at one with God as well. Those structural changes can't happen to your body without the growth hormones being present. And those growth hormones can't be present while you still have injuries.
So on the other earths, have any other people apart from the Jesuses?
Not that I'm aware of. We haven't spoken to them for.
Well, we haven't.
We haven't spoken to them as ourselves. Our souls obviously know what's going on. We haven't I haven't spoken to them directly for 62 years.
And at that point, no one else had ever been at one with God on those earth seats, apart from the.
Yeah, many of them became at one with God, at a similar time, not all at the same time.
But no other people, apart from
no other humans on that earth had become at one with God on earth.
No. And I don't know what's happening now. There may be people who are, because they may be ahead or behind, depending on what's going on. And none of that is predetermined by God. It's all determined by the desire of the individuals involved. So there's lots of scope for differences. I'm sure once we connect to our soul, we'll be able to give you a direct answer about it. Like at the moment, for me, it's like I'm not as connected to our soul as I would really like. Obviously, once we become at one with our soul, we're already at one with God. The soul is already at one with God. So once we become at one with our soul, we will then be at one with God. And we'll also be in the condition of the 36th sphere, not the 7th, not the 8th.
So we don't go to the 8th, we go from 7 to 36.
Yeah, and that's why there's a lot more changes required for one of the 14 than someone else to accept that happening.
Massive amount of changes between those states.
Yeah, there's massive. Yeah. So that requires a lot of acceptance on the part of you as the person you are here. That's what I'm finding anyway. I'm trying, one of the things I'm going through a lot lately is just trying to accept a lot of things about...
have to be down to the finest thing too, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That amount of change to happen.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things I'm accepting about. Some of them are easy to accept because you don't have injuries associated with them, so you can accept them easily, and then others are harder to accept because you have injuries associated with them still. So I'm going through that process of acceptance now.
And John too.
Yeah, and John too.
Yeah,
we talk to him quite a lot, Mary and I, probably through 2 or 3 times a week, normally. And he's going through a similar process. And it's just a matter of emotionally dealing, coping with it, I suppose you could say. Coping with the changes as you go. So that's, like, I found that process interesting, trying to emotionally, expand enough to deal with the changes. Yeah. But I expect that I'd continue to get older until that transition occurs. Yeah. Mind you, what I'm finding is I'm continuing to get older, but actually I'm feeling better in my body than I was when I was younger. So you know.
That is going to blow people away, isn't it? Where they're seeing someone at one with God in the first sphere state, really.
Yeah.
This is 36 sphere.
Yeah. And also, Bo, I think having someone who's 60 or 70, so by the time it's done I might be 70 or 80, or who knows, like I might be 80 or more. Having someone who's 80 start to look like they're 25.
Yeah.
So
Pretty
looking
obvious
like they're 80, but then changing.
Who hasn't had plastic surgery?
And losing his teeth.
And losing your teeth, yeah.
Shall I expect to change quite a bit, like physically, recognisably?
Yeah, I'll change quite a bit. The left and right side of my body is quite misaligned, and my arm span is 150 centimetres longer than my height. So 150 millimetres.
No, millimetres. I'm not centimetres, babe.
Yeah. Well, 100. No, it's about 120.
It's about that much.
120.
Yeah.
No, it's about
4 to 6 inches.
Yeah. 4 to 6 inches.
It's around 5 inches. Yeah. So if after at one with God, I expect that I'll be 6'3". I'm 5'10" around about now. Yeah. So, and my legs will be in proportion. I've had a stunted growth in my legs from my hips down because of all the emotion, the fear, and everything that's stored there. That should all change.
I'm a little tall. I have to adjust my hug heights.
Yeah, because Mary's arm span is very similar to us, so she probably won't change very much in terms of her height. Yeah.
I'm sure other things will change.
Other things will change, but yeah. So it just you just become the perfect you rather than someone different to you. You don't become different. You know. So in terms of features, I don't know whether I'm going to look that different. I'll keep losing my hair until it happens, and then I'll get a good head of hair again, or that kind of stuff. You know, I've got grey in my beard now, and the grey in my beard will disappear, and things like that. But these are all cosmetic things, not structural. Yeah. The structural things can only happen after.
So if you're at one,
Sorry.
if you're at one with God, say for example, and you're say go on a plane and you sit next to someone and they don't know who you are, will they be able to feel something from you? Or?
I don't know. It just depends on their sensitivity. Yeah. There's many times Mary and I visited the Hells and people didn't know anything about us or know anything about it.
You won't have to go on a plane.
People who are insensitive generally won't be able to feel things. And
yeah,
I don't think I'll be flying. But I might fly because Mary's flying for a while or whatever. You know, or if Mary goes first, then I'll say, Mary, go for it. You know, don't come flying with me.
I won't expect you to sit on a long haul flight, Darwin.
No, but I might. Mary sleeps a lot on a long haul flight anyway, so I'll just go like, well, you go to sleep and I'll see you at the other end. I don't like flying much, but just other things too, like the human in a perfect state is able to do the things that most animals can do naturally as well. So for example, an ant can lift around, about 100 times its own weight, is it? So a human in a perfect state can do the same. A bird can fly, and a human in a perfect state can do the same.
So by perfect state you're referring to at-onement?
Yeah.
So every ability given to the animals is also part of
Yeah, to a large degree. There's a lot. if you think about it logically, why would the pinnacle of God's creations have a subset of the other of the creations? It doesn't make a lot of logical sense if they're the pinnacle of God's creations, right?
Like regrown teeth.
Like regrown teeth, like crocodiles can do it, but why can't humans? Like, why do animals, like, it's well known, for example, that many animals like turtles live for 140 years, 150 years. Why can't humans live for 150 years? Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense if we are the pinnacle of God's creation that these are not our possibilities. Right? And I've always felt that, even before I knew who I was, I felt that. So it doesn't make a lot of sense that the possibilities that are offered to animals are not offered to the human. It's the issue that we're doing is we're measuring the human by the injuries we're in now. So if you look universally on Earth, around the whole Earth, you can see that every person basically thinks what they are now is the limit of the, or a fair portion of the limit of their extent of their capacities. And that's not true. It's way from the truth. The limits are imposed at the moment because of our injuries. So that's why we only use 1/10 of our brain or less, because of the limits imposed by the emotions. God designed us with a fully functioning brain and 100% usage of that fully functioning brain. But over time, due to different emotional injuries and everything, that has declined. And to the point where we're barely using our brain at all. And in fact, for many of us, our brains died during our gestation process. But they actually, during gestation, because of the emotional injuries inherited, what happened is that the brain starts developing, and during developmental stages of your brain, while your brain's developing, that's when the emotions of the environment have the most effect on the development of the brain. And a lot of that development occurs in utero, and the other part of the development occurs between, there's three phases, one between, you could say, in utero, the other between birth and 3 years of age, and then the other between 3 and 7, and then to adulthood. And all of these stages are greatly affected by the emotional injuries that you have inherited.
Or the environment around you.
And the environment around you. So while the brain, the child could be born with 100% usage of its brain, by the time that even children are born, they usually have less than 40% usage of their brain. And then, of course, there's a lot of damage that occurs between 0 and 3, which causes the other 30 or 40% of the brain's deterioration. And then there's another, 5 to 10% deterioration over the rest of their life, pretty much, up until adulthood. And these deteriorations affect your ability to do things in your mind, and your ability of your mind to function as an effect of your soul's capacity. So your soul, even right now, many of you have souls that know more than your mind allows you to know.
Yeah, that's obvious.
Does that make sense to you? So an example of that is, if you divested your physical body right now, you would instantly have better use of your brain than you currently have on Earth. Because there is there's a long-term effect on the physical body that occurs as a result of the soul's degradation and inherited sin, that then makes it so that you cannot use certain facilities you were designed to have in your physical body. But once you divest your physical body, those restrictions are less pronounced, and so you start utilising different parts of your mind. And so what happens between the first sphere and the sixth sphere is that people in the first sphere are quite silly and quite, you could say not dumb in the sense of stupid dumb, but dumb in the sense of dumbed down version of themselves, because their ability to use their full brain is not present. But by the time they reach the sixth sphere, they now have a perfect 100% utilised spirit body brain. Does that make sense?
So what do you mean by divested? But then actually, you mean if we didn't have a body?
Yeah, if you don't have a physical body, now your spirit body, as you make emotional changes, your spirit body will make those changes more rapidly. As a result of those more rapid changes, you'll notice your brain developing again.
Yeah, so your body actually pulls you back because of the problems that you...
Yeah, because of the emotional problems you have, and you think you're living in this life and there's a lot of illusions here. about life and what it is and what it means and what it means to live in it. And these all cause quite severe, you could say, stunting of the abilities that you would normally have. And they remain with you instant that you pass. So you pass without more knowledge and you pass without more functioning of your brain. But once you're divested the body, you automatically have dealt with certain emotions, like fear of death is one thing that you automatically have dealt with because you're now died and you're still alive. So that has an effect on the development of your brain now. And that affects your spirit body's brain developing, and so it starts to develop. But you're still quite a dumbed down version of yourself because you're still embroiled in your emotional intensities. And until that changes, then, you know, as you get rid of different emotions, your brain changes in different ways. And then by the time you reach the sixth sphere, your brain's perfect again. Yeah.
So, you know, when you have geniuses that sprout up and we all think they're amazing, is that because there's been no emotional impediments, or they're just spirits? Just always spirits?
Yep.
They show us.
With no exception.
Don't know that there is the potential.
Yeah, but it's all spirit-based influenced potential. So it's not actually the person themselves.
Even like people like Newton and
Yep. Almost all truth that's come to Earth has come from spirits. And it's just been the ability of the individual on Earth to channel those spirits.
It's a collective effort, obviously. Like Newton was obviously interested in the field and really wanted it and
spent a lot of his life investigating,
dedicated to it and open to inspiration. And so it's not like he just got
all of a sudden.
you know.
Just reading his story, like, you know, it kind of seems like there's this like no. Sort of no interest in learning or anything, and then it's like all of a sudden almost.
Yeah.
But of course the interests were there, but they were either shut down by something in his life, or
or it was that he that the spirit sparked the interest. So some people, like Einstein, for example, he was very interested in the field, and as a result, he attracted spirits who were also interested in the field. Other people, sometimes they're not even interested in the field, but there's some other point of connection of rapport or addiction with the spirit that then sparks them into interest in the field or into knowledge in the, like they seemingly have some knowledge, they get notoriety for it, and then that feeds the connection with the spirit ongoing. So it's different for different geniuses, if you like, or inventors, or
it seems like most of the scientists have some interest, you know, or
their
parents were academic or something, like when you read their bios and stuff.
So there's some rapport with the spirit who helps them with the truth. But most people who have like brought innovation to Earth have had some dedication in that field. Otherwise the spirit wouldn't have been able to help them so much, or they wouldn't have been able to interpret what the spirit was saying, you know, or share what the spirit was saying. It's like if a physicist spirit came to me and I was talking to a physicist, I might be able to channel some stuff that the physicist would understand, but I couldn't teach you the physics because I've got no background and I have emotional blocks to physics, you know. So I wouldn't, you know, I'd have to be trance channeling to be able to share it with you. Does that make sense? Like they'd have to overcloak me, and I'd say all the right words and all the stuff, but it would be totally them. But a lot of these guys who are sort of famed and renowned scientists or innovators, a lot of the time they're not completely overcloaked. They're just in rapport with one or more spirits. Sort of, well, not channeling, but they are receiving information from them, but then they're also able to articulate and pass on that knowledge because they themselves have some background or interest or have educated themselves in that area.
It must be nice when you pass, well, I don't know, maybe not so nice for the arrogant ones, but it's like, it wasn't on me. Like,
some of them
helping me.
really struggle with that.
Yeah, I was going to say people probably don't like that.
They want the glory.
Yes, some of them deny that happened for a long time, which then interestingly stops their growth and their knowledge and their abilities.
So Mary, with the inventors and geniuses and that, it's predominantly men because they don't feel so inhibited in being interested in certain things.
Yes, and sometimes they're in competition with their dads and they're trying to prove themselves, and so they want to get notoriety in the world, and so they're more driven to do that. Yeah. But there has been a lot of women who've brought a lot of truth to earth. We just don't hear about them that much. But there has been a lot. Yeah, yeah.
Probably more than men.
Yeah.
Spiritual truths in particular.
Yeah. Philosophy, you know, what people call even truth about God. A lot of women have been more open to that. But obviously they don't necessarily get much recognition or say. Even social change, a lot of, you know, social change has been led by women. And a lot
even
of spirits help with that.
Even the reason why you can vote now has been led by women.
Yes.
And before, I mean, it was very threatening to the male. That's why all the witches and all of that sort of thing. Because they had a lot of knowledge, didn't they?
Yeah. It's still threatening to men.
To a large degree. That's why most men are even more, what do you call it when you poo-poo things like?
Derisive or
skeptical. Skeptics. Yeah, skeptics about spiritual matters. More men than women are skeptics. More women than men are interested in spiritual pursuits. More women than men are interested in the spirit world.
More, I don't know, is it more women than men are mediums? It's interesting because you hear more about male mediums, but again it's because of that desire for notoriety. But in all of the spiritualist churches that I've ever visited, and any of you who've ever visited them, the vast majority is women on the podium, women leading the church, women, you know, that's who are sort of doing the day-to-day, you know, talking with spirits and trying to help people spiritually.
But again, because men have like pulled it down and everything, it's not well known in history. There could have been a lot of true beliefs shared with Earth if the women had been listened to that weren't shared, because the men basically suppressed it.
The Catholic Church was dead against that.
The Catholic Church was like murdering women who... The whole point of the whole, you know, the witch burning, the Inquisition, and
what
terrible
a time to be alive.
The Catholic Church was instrumental for the destruction of the people who followed Mary, you know. There was a whole heap of people, nearly 1 million people by the 10th century. There was nearly 1 million people on earth who listened to Mary, who were generally practicing what Mary taught after my passing. And they all got murdered, children, animals, everything.
Even Paget just wiped them out.
They wiped them out,
Even Paget was blocked too.
So how did they do that? Just systematically, if they found out that they were following you?
No, it was a massacre.
It was a massacre,
It was one
of the well-known massacres in history.
So the Qatar.
Also the Qatar was like followed.
The Qatar, that was sort of in the 10th century. Something like that.
What was that called?
Cathars.
Cathar.
In France.
In France. It was they were living in one area of France, southern France. And the Catholic Empire came and murdered them all.
And the Catholics have
pretty
strong interest in power and control, hey?
How many did you say?
1 million.
1 million. And that was a group of people who were more sincerely practicing God's way.
Well, following the principles.
There was more truth in it.
There was more truth in what they were following,
Were you channeling through the moon? Is that how they had the connection with you?
No, I taught when I was on Earth, so there was that history.
They were sort of like acolytes or people who...
But they were like most people, they tainted the truth to a degree by the time they were in the 10th century, but they were felt to be as much of a threat to the Catholic Church as any other thing. And the Catholic Church, had decided, one of the popes decided had to get it gotten rid of. Yeah.
Especially because it was one of the faiths that, so it had been tainted, but there was more equality between the genders.
And there was also some of Mary's writings that they had with them, and all of that was destroyed. Although some of it not destroyed, some of it still stored in the Vatican but never been released.
Imagine having the keys to the storehouses in the Vatican. What you'd find.
Pretty reading your writings from. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, pretty mind-blowing. Yeah, it's like a
I don't think we're ever going to see that, but we'll see.
Maybe it's becoming less and less.
Yeah, that's what we need it. Mary, I had a friend who did a spiritual tour to France.
Yes.
And went to some place.
Yes.
And there was a nun there who's looking after supposedly writings from Mary Magdalene.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She showed them to this.
Did she? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it's true.
I wonder if I rocked up if she'd showed them to
me. 10 years ago, I heard of a woman living in the castle south of France, teaching supposedly teaching of Mary Magdalene.
A lot of them are not now,
and
right?
about soulmate and stuff, but there was nothing about God. Yeah, I know it was but I just found it maybe it could have been really a succession of teaching that just degraded or not.
Yeah, just things slowly get degraded over time.
Yeah, but there's sort of this new age movement, and that's not a historical chain. That's more of a spirit-led thing. Yeah.
And a spirit-led corruption.
Yeah. Sort of a angry rebellion.
Yeah.
She was really alone in her thing.
Was she?
Yeah, but really interesting.
Yeah. I don't know, so I can't say.
It just would be funny if you
And you know how you said when you're at one with God, you have the capacities that animals have?
Yeah, like your hearing improves. You can hear sounds.
Could you fly when you were...
Sorry?
Could you fly?
Yeah, I could have, but I didn't.
But you didn't?
No.
You mean actually with your physical, not just teleport? You mean actually...
Levitate.
Levitate.
Like Neo on the Matrix.
Without the jacket.
Without the cool jacket.
You'd like one of those jackets.
Yeah, I'll get one of those.
Neo is the colourful one.
Chicken sunnies.
Yeah, that's right. Sunnies and some jackets.
Quite funny.
Yeah, but it's sort of known that there's people in history that have levitated but been spirit assisted to do so.
The levitation's just going up and down, isn't it? Can you actually go up and then move?
Yeah. Move, and down and up, move, yeah.
But you don't have to flap your arms.
No.
Growing feathers. Sometimes in your dreams, I sometimes do.
Just for a bit.
But you could travel to the other side of the world quite quickly.
Yeah, that teleport, Or
But fly also?
Fly would be too slow.
Oh, be slow. Okay.
You know, a human can potentially fly at about 20 miles an hour, or 20 kilometres an hour.
Okay.
Not very
That's
fast.
for a long way. You'd better to go in the car.
Yeah.
It's a king.
You're better off teleporting because that's instant.
So is that dematerialising physical matter?
No, there's portals all around the Earth, separated by about 1.5 meters apart.
Right.
For teleportation.
So you enter a portal and pop up at another.
But you've got to sort of, to some extent, understand your destination.
There's a lot of structures probably built on the top of portals.
You just pop up in your bathroom.
That was a portal
across spirit. There's a similar one.
See you guys.
See There's similar ones on Earth like that, isn't it?
No, the portals on Earth are more like points on Earth that are all to do with energy points.
Like meridians or something.
And all you've got to learn in your body is how to connect to one of them and where it's going to take you to. And it's taken by your intention, by your desire. So you've got to understand how to use your desire and intention. Yeah. I'm sure people ask me how to do it, but I'm probably not going to tell them.
Because it wouldn't really help them anyway.
Not just that, there's potential dangerous outcomes that if you're loving, you wouldn't want to see. Yeah. So I don't even know if, even when I know what to do, I don't know if I'll do it publicly or anything.
So when you multiply many of yourself, you can do that then, can't you?
Yep.
And that
the soul does that.
Yeah. Wouldn't that frighten people, or?
I don't think so. I think once you're educated that it happens in its potential, I don't know if it would frighten people very much. I think it would frighten people who want power, maybe, but probably not frighten the average person. I think the average person would see it's pretty cool. Yeah, you know, like it gives you, you'd have to do it for the right reasons, of course, which would all be about teaching.
Yeah.
But you imagine if I was, say, teaching here today and I was teaching exactly the same kind of groups, like in 100 places around the earth, all at the same time.
Yeah.
That would be handy, eh?
Yeah.
And then it's sort of like, yeah, it's efficient use of time and economical and that, you know, each one is like a personal engagement that each person is having in a small group, which is, you know, these small groups, as you know, are often more effective than a big one. And so imagine that was happening like 50 times or 100 times, or I was doing it here and Mary's doing it there, but Mary and I are doing it in 100 other places at the same time, you know.
And we'd be able to talk about like 100 different things in 100 different places. Because
Yeah.
your soul can sustain all the
That's right. Because here everything happens very slowly. Yeah.
In 100 different languages.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
That'd be cool. Because you imagine you go to a place like, you know, any country that speaks a different language, it's a lot harder to learn something in a different language than it is to learn it in your native language. And so it would be a lot more beneficial if we could speak all the languages.
People would say that you're from some alien race, cloned yourself.
Well, this is why the precursor to all of that is very important, because it establishes that we're not.
All the documentation.
We're growing old, we have bodies, we get sick, and
we've been sin.
All that.
Took
you know,
15 years to live by principle.
Yeah,
All those things.
that all has been established already.
Yeah.
And these are very important things to establish before ever these other things happen. Because if all the other things happened before that was established, then there'd be all sorts of interpretation.
And nobody would understand that it's possible
for them. That's right. Yeah. So it's much better for a large group of people to see over a long period of time transition, because you don't want it just for one generation either. You want it for like so. Sort of, I expect that I think you'd probably want me to be about 80 or something, probably.
I don't want you to be for your own sake. You don't want to wait that long, do you?
For personal reasons, maybe. Sorry?
Can you do it before I leave? I want to see it.
You'll make it about 80.
I'll try, Di.
10 years, that's it.
10 years? Is that it, you reckon, Rob? You got 10 more years? You got more than that.
I hope so.
Yeah, so you can see that you've got it. In order to prove something, you've got to establish certain things first, don't you? It's like, and this is very important part of, you know, of 14 people coming, is that you've got to establish a certain sort of, like, I suppose you would call it scientifically a baseline, and then provide evidence on top of that, and you know, that's an sort of, I realised that very early in this state of progression that it was going to take some time, and also some time to establish a baseline, and unless I've followed my passions, it would take longer. Like so I had to follow my passions in order for some baseline to get established. And so, you know, like there's a lot of countries on earth who know about our existence now, that if I hadn't have started teaching or anything, they still wouldn't know, you know.
And that's also, we were talking just at lunch before we started talking with everyone about, you know, following what you think is your desires and then being willing to correct yourself in that process. It does the same thing on a lesser scale. You know, it shows where you're coming from and how you're improving and how you're developing. Whereas if you hide everything and don't take any action, you're actually not going to develop that much.
No.
But also you're not being humble because you're not willing to expose where you're at a certain point and be willing to show people that you have areas to improve on and that you are improving. But also it does help with people's faith. Yeah, it does. You know, the people who, I know that's happened to some of you recently, where people who haven't been here for a while have come back and they've gone, oh wow, you're all different. You know, that's a faith building sort of a experience for them.
Depending on their motive, isn't it? Like we were saying at lunch, if people are wanting to grow, rather than feel superior or judge.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, there's only people who want to grow sincerely that are going to grow anyway.
And who are going to come back.
If you want to,
true.
If you want to just feel superior, you're not going to grow. You're going to decay, actually.
But some of you have had compliments like, wow, you seem happier, you seem kinder, you seem warmer,
More
you know,
connected to yourself.
More connected to yourself. They're all things that are hard to look down on, I think. Really lovely things.
That's why I'm here, Phoebe. I've seen you change.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, I want what she's having.
Exactly. And this, it becomes very attractive, doesn't it? You sort of go, well, I haven't exercised faith in the past, but I'm seeing changes in people, so what am I doing? Am I just going to wait around and watch their change and not be involved in it myself? Or am I, you know, for many of us, we have sort of this tendency for a while to just watch people and examine them and microscope them, you know, and sort of goldfish bowl them, you know, like, you know. But then after a while, once you see there are sincere changes being made, why wouldn't you want to then do it for yourself, you know?
The beauty of coming and everything is that, you know, we're so ignorant about how much pain we're in physically and emotionally, and someone needs to hold a mirror up and say, you know, guys, this ain't necessary.
This is the reality.
This is where you're at, and it ain't necessary.
In the first century, there's one record in the Bible of me just pointing out the truth to people, and that was in the temple, you know, when everybody went a bit nuts in the temple. Supposedly I went nuts in the temple, but that didn't happen. You know, but you know, people started, you know, getting, there was sort of like a little riot in the temple about the money being changed in hands there in the temple. But that all came about because I just made a comment.
And that comment was?
In our translation was something like, can you not see that people are using spiritual, so-called spiritual teachings to steal from you?
That will cause a riot.
And they could see it, obviously.
Yeah,
tax to the max.
Honestly, it was like if you bought a dove. If you were poor, a dove was a sin offering, right? And they would burn the doves, you know. Or fundamentally, what they'd do is give them to the priests,
barbecue,
and the priest would eat them afterwards. Fundamentally, so that's why there were many fat priests, but. Because they had lots of things. But a normal dove, you know, would have been a certain very small value, but sold at the temple 20 times more. Yeah, so you know that's like fleecing people, stealing from people for the sake of a spiritual profit. Yeah.
So they would pretend, I'm trying to understand, the dove was somehow more spiritual if you bought it from, or had more value if you bought it from the temple.
Correct.
Like it's blessed kind of thing, like holy water or something.
That's right.
And what was it supposed to do
Well, that was all to do with Jewish law in the books of, if you could look at the first 5 books of the Bible, it talks about what sins you might commit and what and your actual means as well, and what sin offering you needed to offer to God in order to repent for it. Yeah. So it was all about blood sacrifice. Yeah. But if you were a really wealthy person, you'd offer a lamb. And the lamb was the highest form, and that's why I'm likened to the Lamb of God who took away the sin of the world. Which is not true, of course, but it's like, that's why I'm likened to it. But the lower forms were like a dove or they had to be a pure, there were certain animals that were classified unclean. So a pig was unclean, so you couldn't use a pig as a burnt sacrifice.
Lucky pig.
Yeah. In fact, the Jewish people weren't really meant to even have pigs. Because they were not supposed to touch them. But there were many who did, who were breaking the law, of course. But there were other animals, particularly the ones with what are called cloven hoofs, so that's like sheep, goats. They were considered like the highest of the sacrifice. And then there were ones that were lower, but were also considered pure, things like doves, pigeons, other animals of a similar nature. Then there's other animals such as fish that weren't, there were certain types of fish you were allowed to eat and were considered also potential for a sacrifice, such as gilled fish and fish with scales. But fish that had smooth skin, such as sharks, weren't allowed to be eaten. Stingrays, you weren't allowed to eat them.
They're still in Jewish faith now.
Yeah.
Crustaceans.
Crustaceans.
Were they all herbivores?
Yes, there was a focus on them all being herbivores.
It's actually, the basis is in health.
Lots of the basis
they
was
just made some rules because people figured out.
Well, no, what happened was there were some spirits who gave these laws to the Jewish people, but mostly so they'd be healthy. But it was treated as a spiritual belief. Yeah. So, like, if you ate an animal that ate other animals, there is more chance for you to have disease than if you ate an animal that eats vegetables. And so the Jewish faith and the spirits guiding the Jewish faith at the time knew that. And so what they did was they gave a whole heap of laws to, not just to Moses, but also to others who were mediums back at the time. And they were incorporated in the first 5 books of the Bible, the Pentateuch. And the Pentateuch described what you were allowed to eat as a part of your religious faith, and also what you were allowed to sacrifice to God. But any animal that was allowed to be sacrificed to God in the temple, they added around about a 20 times value to it. So you're talking like, that's a huge amount if you think about it. It's like if you went shopping today and you bought like let's say you buy a piece of fruit for $1. That's like that same piece of fruit being $20. Like it's exorbitant.
Like going to the airport.
Nearly feels
right.
Well, it's much worse than that, because at least at the airport you get like a tiny little 300ml bottle of water for like $5. But see, back then the equivalent would be like getting that for $20. It's just a terrible rip-off.
Did they ever sacrifice cows and things like that?
No, generally not, even though they were considered clean animals. Because a cow was considered almost too much to sacrifice. There was one time when
it's only worth a lamb.
Well, I think the livelihood of the household was more dependent on the productivity of the cow, and the milk or the pulling power, and so it was sort of more. You didn't kind of kill. It's like
and also,
killing a horse or something.
a person who owned a cow was generally very rich. It was very unusual for a person in the first century to own a cow. If they owned a cow, it would be like a family group owned a cow, or maybe they have a flock of 20 cows, but it would be a whole 100 people depending on it.
Yeah, it was very rare to have a flock. Like now, across the road he has even six cows. Cattle or something, but
because you need a huge acreage to feed them, and you can't transport the food. So back then there wasn't a lot of transportation of cattle feed. You only grew the cow where you had abundance of.
So most people had one one large animal like a donkey or a cow, or you know.
And even then, most people
their
didn't
household.
have that. You know, like the average person, if you
Yeah,
you
it's a
were
wealthy
well
person.
you were well
Yeah.
off if you had that. Yeah. And there were plenty of people who were well off, of course, like just like there is now, because there were plenty of people ripping other people off. But
the difference in standard of living wasn't as huge, would you say, back then, as in like between?
oh, it's huge, yeah.
There was as well.
Yeah, well, like
billionaires now.
you know, the high priest in Jerusalem, he on the average got the equivalent today of around about $2.5 billion a year. Yeah. Well, a lot.
Very similar sort of inequality.
Yeah, huge inequality. It was the main reason why people listened to me, in fact. A lot of times it was just the huge inequality between the people who had and the people who did not. And it was mostly the people who didn't have that listened. The people who had were worried that it was all going to be taken away from them if anybody listened. So, you know, one of the reasons why I died wasn't because of religious... it was partly because of religious things, but it was also partly because of economics. They viewed me as a potential economic destruction of the rich people's way of life.
Which you would have been.
Which I would have been, yeah.
Been adopted.
Yeah, if the truth would have been adopted, yeah.
What's the difference between like a priest and a Sanhedrin member? Like, were they like lawmakers or something?
The priest was more of a role to do with the functioning of the temple, whereas the Sanhedrin was more of the ruling body, which was also religious, in which the high priest was usually the leading member of the Sanhedrin.
They made up of Pharisees? Is that what the Pharisees?
And Sadducees, yeah. But both Pharisees and Sadducees were basically meant to be teachers. Well, they were teachers of Jewish law, but they had a different belief system. The Sadducees had a belief that there was no afterlife, whereas the Pharisees had a belief there was
same
one.
religion.
Yeah. So the Jewish faith was sort of broken at the time into sort of two schools of thought. One school of thought was to do with the afterlife more than anything else. Yeah. And there was often a competition between the Sadducees and the Pharisees as to who would provide the high priest.
Yeah, is that why some liked your teachings and others didn't?
Yeah, some. You know, some Pharisees in particular. Not many Sadducees, but some Pharisees. So Nicodemus was a Pharisee. Yeah. My father was one. Yeah. Joseph.
So were they like lawmakers, or was that?
The law was established by the first 5 books of the Bible. Yeah. So that was the law.
So when the law, you say that was the law.
Plus a lot of additions made by the Pharisees and the Sadducees in the Sanhedrin.
Yeah, because they would interpret what the law.
Correct. Similar to how religion acts today, they get the Bible and they go, "Oh, that means this and that means that, so that means this." That kind of- That's been the case with all holy books.
Yeah, that's a lot of power, isn't it?
Yeah, and also they would often imply that it meant certain things based upon their whims and fancy. Yeah. So if they say, I wanted to be able to tax you more, I would imply that it's holy if you gave me more money, that kind of thing.
Wow. That the person would be more holy.
Yeah. And that it's a holy act. A demonstration of your own holiness to God. That kind of thing.
No, it's the same as the Catholic, isn't it? The indulgences that they had to pay.
Correct, yeah. So there's a lot of similarities between the Jewish faith and the Christian religious faith. But also that some of them infiltrated into the Muslim faith as well.
Yeah, because they're really quite, when you study it a little bit, they've got very similar bases.
Some of them, like the Muslim faith has very strong emphasis on cleanliness, which is very much the Jewish faith has. A very strong emphasis on physical cleanliness. So a very strong emphasis on male domination in all faiths, in all of those 3 faiths. So a woman's not allowed to teach, a woman's not allowed to instruct a man, that kind of thing.
Did they have Adam and Eve, and then they have prophets and?
Yeah, the Muslim faith and the Christian faith both believe in the origin of human life in the same manner.
Yeah, and the floods and all of that.
Yeah.
Was that because Muhammad was influenced, like he was kind of channeling, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And so he was obviously influenced by Christian
and
faith.
Muslim, and Allah, a spirit who I know at the moment they believe Allah is God, but actually there is a spirit named Allah too, who had a large influence upon the information given to Muhammad. I've tried to have a talk with him many times. Not to much success. I've tried to have a talk with Buddha many times too, without much.
What about some of the Chinese Confucius?
Yeah, some of them I've had a chat.
Oh yeah. Sure. Any response?
Yeah, some of them. Yeah.
It's not all downhill, eh?
No. Well, in the spirit world, given enough time, people generally open themselves up to more information, particularly if they realise they don't have a complete set of information. You know, given enough time, you imagine you've been there. Like a lot of Confucians have been there 10,000 years or longer. You imagine you've been there 10,000 years. To a certain extent, you hit a point where you sort of start feeling dissatisfied, and as a result of the dissatisfaction, you start seeking, and then you get the opportunity under those circumstances to talk to them.
But Buddha's been there around for a long time.
Yeah, a similar amount of time, but he's receiving a lot of adulation from Earth, as is Muhammad and Allah as well. They receive a lot of people's worship, and as a result, they're quite addicted to that level of, because they get all of the energy of those feelings. So that's quite intoxicating, I suppose you could call it, and that causes them to not be able to reason very much intellectually or logically reason.
That sort of feels to me like a sin.
Well, it's a sin against God.
But they're still sustaining their position in the sixth sphere.
Yeah, many of them, because they still act in a loving manner towards people.
Oh, right. So it's the standard.
But they choose to accept people's adulation because people want to give it.
It's free will.
Sorry?
Free will.
Free will, yeah. So a lot of them don't sort of see any problem with that. But obviously there is a problem with God with that. Yeah, a huge problem with God with that, actually. But, they don't see that. But, well, in the case of Buddha, he doesn't even believe in God.
So forms of adulation actually are quite poisonous, if you know what I mean.
Well, it depends how you interpret it. If you interpret it as honour, so there is a constant feeling of honour going towards these people. And honour is not a bad emotion per se. It's like, so when you respect, like when Rob comes here with his excavator, I respect the fact that Rob's doing that for us. Like, you know, and I want to give Rob honour for that, you know. And that's a part of appreciation of what a person does, right?
Appreciation for his use of will, isn't it?
Yeah, for his will
desire
and his desire to do that is done without pressure. It's done from his heart, you know. So you definitely appreciate things like that, and when a person acts in that manner, you honour them, you know, in whatever way you possibly can. So that happens all the time, and that's not a bad thing.
I was thinking more like the pop stars and the actresses.
Oh yeah, well that's a bit different. It's interesting too, because on Earth, like, everybody goes, oh, they're an amazing singer and amazing whatever. But in the celestial heavens, everybody can sing to that degree. So it's like you'd be going around saying to everyone, you're an amazing singer. Oh, sorry, you're an amazing singer. Yes, you're an amazing singer too. I'm an amazing singer too. Don't be all amazing. You know, and after a while, it's become so normal that it's not so amazing. So there's a, oh, you look amazingly good. Oh, isn't it amazing? She's so beautiful. Well, and then everyone you meet in the eighth sphere is beautiful. So you go, so what would you do? You'd be around all the time, oh, you look beautiful all the time. And you do know that you do, but it's not, nobody talks about it very much. It's like, because it's just normal, right? And but on Earth, because it's not normal, it's treated differently. But oftentimes the people who pass, having received that on Earth, then believe it's that it's them, that it's their nature and personality. So the reality is, if you believe your nature is to make music, it's highly unlikely that's true, because everybody in the spirit world makes music, one way or the other. There's certain things that everybody does, and then there's certain things only certain people do.
Can you give some examples?
Music is one thing. Like, there are some people who are experts at it, that are brilliant. Like, and in the spirit, in the celestial heavens, remain so brilliant. Like extraordinary. And they are the ones who do have the soul, who have been designed with that soul personality trait. But everybody can sing and enjoy it, and everybody can play an instrument, not just one. You play instruments in the spirit world not with your physical body. So the way you do it is you manipulate the instrument with your mind. And so the higher the capacity you have to use your mind, so in the celestial heavens you have a very strong capacity to use your mind and also your emotions, and the higher the capacity is to use your mind and your emotions, the more instruments you can play at the same time. So you can play like an entire orchestra at the same time, one person. So one day you're going to come to one of my concerts. One day.
And one day we'll go to one of these.
One day we'll go to
Are the instruments similar as they are on Earth? Or
different in terms of the makeup. They still produce sound, but it's sound that the spirit body hears. So obviously different frequencies than Earth's sounds. Mind you, a lot of these places are removed from the Earth by thousands of light years, so you'd never hear it anyway. But but you would hear it if you were in that vicinity, because the sounds include the sound spectrum that our ears are tuned to as well. So our ears are tuned to about 1 to 18 kilohertz, and the spirit body's ears are 1 to 100 kilohertz, I think now. And then the soul is tuned to pretty much every frequency, depending on the condition. So you can hear the nuances of a lot more things as a result. And you can also hear our ear can't hear sounds below around 50 hertz, but the soul can hear sounds of any frequency right down to sub-hertz frequencies. So they can hear, you can feel, actually, you feel them in your body, waves of energy that also have a sound attached to them.
Do you grieve that? Do you grieve that loss of that?
Yeah, it's one of the many griefs I have.
Yeah.
Just a loss of a lot of things, like being able to sing, being able to play music, being able, things like in the union state, we pretty much know every single mathematical formula attached to how the Earth works. All chemical compositions, all physics, particles down to some of the smallest particles that have ever been discovered by spirits. There's all this knowledge that sort of feels, if I could be attached to our spirit, our soul would have.
And just coming into this darkness, sort of being in the soup.
Yeah.
And seeing like, it could be on Earth the potential to be like that too.
Yeah, but I think the feeling I have though now is I more enjoy being here. For the advantages, you know, like in terms of sharing truth. Yeah. There's a lot of difficulties when you're in the celestial state of sharing truth. Well, one of the major difficulties is that very few people in a lower condition can hear what you say. So that, you know, when you start appreciating all that, it's sort of like you lost all of this capacity, but you gain some capacity to do other things that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do, you know.
That greater effect in the bottom-up effect rather than the top-down.
Yeah, and also the potentiality of what if we become at one with our soul while we're here, the potentiality of that is not really understood at this point because nobody's done it. But I'm sure it's going to be much greater than the potentiality I had in the first century. And so, you know, that's also very, like it feels very attractive to me to feel about those things, you know, rather than feeling like everything's terrible, you know. Yeah.
And the opportunities of technology too.
Well, I don't like technology much. I don't think there's a lot of opportunity in technology.
To reach souls, is it?
No, but I do feel there are some benefits in the sense of being able to prove certain things. So, for example, if Mary and I appeared in two places at the same time, and there was a televised live stream of both things happening at the same time, then that would prove that you can produce more than one body, wouldn't it? Yeah.
I was just thinking.
But mind you, if I was here twice, that would prove it too.
Just about, you know, the internet and that sort of
I
technology.
don't know. I don't feel very attracted to them.
We have engaged with them, though.
We have, but
it's proving to be highly ineffective.
Yeah.
And when you're at one with your soul, you won't really need it as much. If you
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think I'll.
Less reliance.
I think all the tech we currently have, we probably won't use. It's just an interim measure to help share truth at the moment. Other people may use it, but we won't probably.
So you'd be here twice, you'd be able to run like a cheetah, hop like a kangaroo, lift like an ant.
If you wanted to, it's like...
Seem like an angel.
And smell like a pup or dog or whatever.
Yeah. Well, already I can smell pretty good. I can smell a lot of your emotions.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry
How does that happen? Smell the emotions?
Every emotion has a smell.
Oh, so like that's coming out of the body.
Yeah, it has a colour and a smell.
Recognise it.
It's a substance coming out of the body, and you can smell it.
That's why you can smell sometimes evil spirits, like that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I said that's like when you can smell evil spirits around and you smell decay.
Yeah, sometimes you can smell. If a person's in a really poor condition, it smells like decaying, rotting meat. And if a person's in quite a good condition, it will smell like many flowers smell, but better. You know, like honey, sort of sweet smells oftentimes.
You smell good. Jesus smells very sweet.
You sort of improve in your own smell, but you also improve in your ability to smell things, and sort of every emotion has a smell, even. Yeah. So when a person's afraid, there's this sort of very tangy, bitter smell coming out of their body that you can smell.
Oh, that's what the animals smell too, don't they?
Yeah. That's right. There's an aroma and a feeling as well that the animals respond to, as well as the aroma. Yeah.
And Mary, do you feel similar to Jesus about these things?
Which things are
Oh, like, you know, the changes and, you know, the excitement of it and not missing, you know, what you missed.
Yeah, I think I feel the opportunity more now. Yep, I feel that more. I for a long time I just didn't. I'd prefer to be in the spirit world, actively, consciously. Yeah. But I feel more the opportunity to share God's truth. Yeah, I feel glad about that. I feel less connected to the possibilities, and less like I can feel all of you guys feel really kind of curious and excited about it. And the point, and that's not bad, that's not wrong. But the way I feel about it is more concerned with my sin and the things preventing that state. I still feel quite engrossed in that. And so I don't really feel the sort of wonder of it. You know, I sort of feel I know what I have to do to get there, and it's not a small thing. And so I don't feel that wonder feeling about it. You know, at times I feel...
You almost sometimes feel annoyed by people's wonder about it sometimes.
Yeah, I have in the past very much. I just am aware that yeah, and I feel quite, partly this is probably injury, but I think there's some element of our nature in it. This idea that unless there's truth, unless there's love, unless there's growing in principles, all of those things just a lovely idea. We can talk about them, but where are we at with that? You know,
and
where are we at
none of
with
them
those
will
things?
happen until the principles.
It's sort of, it's always going to be an idea unless we deal with the other stuff. And lately, I feel more like, no, it's good to talk about the
Partly you
idea.
feel get your priorities right.
Yeah, well, because I feel it in myself, like. But also, in the past, I think I've felt quite annoyed about it because I felt quite hopeless about ever reaching that again. So it's triggered my grief that I haven't wanted to feel, you know. So it's not true to say that I don't have grief about it, but it's just
You've
because
often
I'm
been frustrated about it rather than
grieving. Yeah.
Which with me more grieving than frustrated about it. Sometimes I feel frustrated.
Yeah. Yeah, you do sometimes.
Because also you in the first century there was a Jesus who was at one.
Yeah.
No feminine side, like so obviously, you know.
Yes, and I do feel the pressure of that, and I've sort of rebelled at that a bit as well because I feel like it's so important that I do it this time, but at the same time I feel very badly about myself and my condition, and so I've sort of, rather than grieve that, gone into rebellion about it and gone, well, that shouldn't be on me to do that. And that's another sadness I have now, that I've put off my progress in that rebellion for so long. Because I do feel it's really important, and I said this to Jesus recently, I feel unless I can do it with him this time, I almost feel like it's reinforcing the falsehood that came from the first century. So it's so crucial that I do it. It just feels like
pressure.
And it feels like a gargantuan task at the moment. I know that
you've also had a strong attachment to women, so you've wanted a group of the 14 women to do it together.
So much. And I really feel like just this year even I'm letting that go. Would you agree? Like I feel much more like, no, it's up to me. No one else is coming along.
I want, you know, so Mary's met a number of the 14 now. And she's wanted every one of the women to do it with her.
And the men probably too.
Well, less so the men, but more the women probably.
Yeah.
And none of them have really wanted to. So that sort of has frustrated you a fair bit too, hasn't it?
It has.
Yeah.
It has.
Yeah.
But now I sort of feel more just the importance of doing it myself. Yeah.
And like, what I've been trying to focus Mary on too is it's not just for the sake of people. It's also for our own sake. Like,
and I still haven't come to terms with that because I still feel like my conscious awareness of myself is just a small aspect of who we are, and the rest of who we are doesn't have to do this work and is already completely happy. So how's it important for me to do it? Because the soul's really fine, you know. It's a strange
and Mary hasn't come to terms yet with the laws involved in how you're allowed to share truth on earth. God has specific laws governing what you're allowed to share on earth spiritually, based upon whether you're present here or not. And and there's certain reasons for those laws, and one of the reasons is so that people are not motivated into change falsely, that has to come from their heart rather than from their, than from other influences. And so, as you know, many spirits could come to earth and share truth with you. They have the truth, and many of them could share it, but they're limited from sharing it face to face. They're allowed to share it through channeling and through a person's desire to do that, but they're not allowed to share it through other means at this stage, in person. And there's certain reasons why that's the case, and you can understand, once you understand those reasons, which are all loving, they're to do primarily with what's the fastest way of growth, and that's all about you gaining faith. And faith is a tool that you need to have, which actually can't see things in your future, but you're looking forward to having them. And if you could see them, then faith, your own faith would no longer drive you into doing something. And faith is a very important quality for your future everlastingly, because without it, you're not going to seek more from God, with the knowledge that there is always more to obtain. And so you're going to just sit there and wait rather than seek. And so it's very important that those particular principles are not sacrificed for the sake of sharing truth on earth. And for that, and there's a number of reasons why that is the case, which we don't have the time to go into now. But the net result of that is, though, that a spirit who does know the truth, such as a celestial spirit, cannot materialize and teach it face to face with you. He's allowed to help you in your day-to-day life, and he's allowed to influence you to make decisions for your welfare, in other words, for your physical welfare. So he's allowed to say, stop driving the car, or, because you might have an accident, or things like that. These are all things that he's allowed to do, but he's not allowed to come here, come here in that method, using that method. And this is one of the things we found when we were in the spirit world. We would have liked to come again, but there were certain laws governing being able to share these truths. Being here means that all of those laws are satisfied. So being here in person, and this is a major difference between the other people, the other us's, I suppose you could say, the which is not other us's. There's other bodies that we create. They are all restricted by these laws, but this body is not.
But that's again about other people. I don't yet feel the significance for our soul that I go through this process. I see the significance for the earth to some degree.
See, I see it for our soul because it's about satisfying our desire to teach.
Yes, yes. I don't feel that. I see it. But
Mary sort of feels at the moment like she has to teach, but
I feel like
you have a growing desire to teach.
And I feel God's
like
truth
5 years ago, you were like, do we have to?
Well, it was, nothing. Not nothing, more like that thing we've been talking to you guys about, like, I want to, as long as my addictions get met,
And as long as it's easy.
And none of my addictions would get it, and it's comfortable. And none of that was happening, so then I didn't want to immediately. I'd withdraw from that. I feel less like that now, because I feel like, I've always felt like God's truth is it's so beautiful, so loving, and the fact that God exists and is loving, and that you have a free will that you can engage to connect to God, then that love is available to every single person, regardless of their other circumstances. To me, that's so important for the world to know.
But what I'm saying is, to me, that's important to satisfy my own desires and my own personality and my own nature to speak truth, having the opportunity to do it in every area of the world. So I now have the opportunity to do it on earth as well as in every sphere of the spirit world. It satisfies the longing to do that, whereas before in the spirit world the longing was not satisfied
because there
was always the limit on earth that was never really, except in the first century, never really expressed. So for me, it's more about not just sharing the truth with you. I would still want to share the truth probably if nobody was even listening, you know what I mean? Like, for you, you've had to have an audience almost up until recently that wants to hear it, a receptive audience, before you would share anything.
And even then, because of that, because I wanted the audience to be receptive, it was very limited as to what I could teach because I was so much in my addiction, you know. I couldn't actually share any truth really because I was bound by my own sin. Or I couldn't share it effectively, I suppose.
Whereas for me, it's not really about what you want to hear or whether you want to hear it even.
Whether they like you in the process.
Or whether you like me even. Like, it's not, you know, I know many of you even struggle to like me now. Like, but that doesn't bother me. It's more, part of this is satisfying our soul's desire to share truth with others and to have the ability to do so in every sphere of where humans exist. So that's a part of that desire. So I sort of see satisfying that desire as a quite important thing too, you know, like, so a lot of what we're doing even now, like setting up studio and traveling, and this is all a part of satisfying this desire to be able to share truth on earth as much as we share it in any other location.
Yeah.
You know, in other locations, everyone's a lot more receptive, and everyone's a lot more desirous of us coming.
In the spirit world.
In the spirit world, yeah. And
those locations.
When we do come, it's honoured a lot. Here, when we come somewhere, it's not honoured hardly at all. You know, some people won't even travel like one country. You know, like we go to Europe, like in Portugal. And some people won't even come from France to Portugal to even see us, you know what I mean? Even though they say they're listening to Divine Truth. So there's not a lot of honour on earth, but that's not the reason why we're doing it. The reason why we're doing it is because it satisfies a passion to do it, as well as satisfies our relationship with God to do it. You know?
And you know, in the spirit world, if somebody don't have the desire to listen, you straight away just go away, kind of.
Yeah, well, the people without a desire to listen wouldn't even attract you to them. You never even really meet them.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get to a point in the spirit world where then they're no longer interested, and then you would go away.
And then you would leave.
Would it happen when you reach one with your soul? Like
here on earth, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It nearly happened on the last trip.
Yeah.
Where Jesus was like, we should probably just finish now.
So basically...
I nearly cancelled
we talked, and we talked in private, like in the break. There's not much point going on because everyone's really at that point. But sometimes there's one or two people who are still receptive.
And like I said to Mary, as long as there's one in the audience, then I'm happy to continue. But if I felt like there was nobody in the audience, then I wouldn't. I would just cancel the event.
And so, let's say, in the future, in a group like this, you could just say, look, nobody wants to listen.
I don't even know if I'd say it. I'd just say, we're finished now and we're off. Yeah. I don't need to modify your behaviour if you don't want to hear. I just sort of feel like, no. There are some other times when I sort of feel a bit mischievous about it. Maybe.
Sometimes his bullish thing happens. You've seen it happen. He gets bullied like a bull about truth. He's like, no, we're saying the truth now. I don't care.
No, it's not more. The feeling I have is like, no, it's good to put the cat among the pigeons sometimes. You know, you've got to do that. You know, so
and also sort of.
And they're here, like I said to Mary, they've come. You know, supposedly to listen to truth. So let's share some.
So you're gonna be more and more like sharp.
Yeah.
But not. He's not.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but I have fun with it. So. But yeah, it's.
I also think more and more, the more we both step into, you know, our soul and everything, certain people will just be repelled. They will leave.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know.
It'll just be too much. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Already that happens. You know, a lot of people say things like, you know, why are you listening to that stupid idiot for, you know, and things like that. I can feel them and hear them say it and inside themselves, you know.
And last time when you were talking to me, you know, expressing was so difficult for me. Like I'm kind of use a bit more from you, you know, but for you was like, wow. Yeah, and all the spirit was trying to repress me.
Yeah, it's really interesting for me. Like even just I have my moments now where I speak up because you guys don't realise how closed you are to women because you've just been listening to a man spiritually for so long, and I'm like, this is how it is with the girls. He's speaking, So that's another reason why I feel like it's so important for me to do this because you know people are not being challenged with loving truth on their female issues.
And I was like the same. I was like, fuck, it's how close I am. Like you said.
Particularly hearing a woman express truth. Most men in particular want women to not express truth but just to love them. Not understanding that a woman expressing truth is
babe.
love.
I've noticed that with the women too. They're like, whoa, hang on, Mary, you're supposed to be commiserating with me. What's this thing you're doing now? Girls are for making me feel better.
That's right. Well, there's a general view on earth, isn't there, that a woman's role is to make everybody feel better.
That's right. We're the like calm down, nurturing, addictive.
So Mary gets criticism now too about she's becoming too much more like me.
And I'm like, that's good. The last person who said it to me, I was like, that's good. Thank you. I'm glad. I'm heading in the right direction.
It's funny because like the expectation is that you want enough before you know. Like I feel like I'm sure like the audiences have always felt like.
Yes,
do you know what I mean?
Like, they're like a bit disappointed with me because I was so like.
And Mary was pretty anti doing it anyway.
That's right. I mean, rightly, but then when I sort of do step up, then it's like, everyone's like,
do I really want to step up?
No, I don't. But I don't feel it. That used to be. I still have my issues about that, but it used to be so personal for me, and now I'm like, oh well, no, of course,
Mary took
everyone's
it as
got
a personal
issues.
criticism,
Yes, and I know I'm not perfect, and I know I've still got things to do, and I know I wasn't that good then, and you know, but also I know that sometimes you just have got issues with women, and let's go there, you know. I've got to deal with my need to be liked, and you got to deal with your mum stuff, so let's go there. I've wasted too much time on that other stuff.
But it's, I don't know, like the more you talk about like what it's been, like both of you talking about Mary, you know how you've been. Like it's such a, I don't know. To me, it's like that's what I have. All those things, every one of us has to go through all that. It's like a living example. It's like without that, we wouldn't have known what the steps are. So, because Jesus has already been, you know, different.
You don't have to take as long as me though.
Sorry,
you don't have to take as long as me though.
You probably will.
But when you think about it, it's true. Like you guys are the most humble. Do you know what I mean? So all the rest of us are like take 20 instead of 10 or 40 or 80.
Well, if we don't have a Jesus as our soulmate, then it's likely it'll take us longer, right?
You've got to be careful of that.
It's all about desire, really.
Yes.
And it's all about the love of truth, desire, faith. It's about the fundamental principles, really.
And also, you know, God's been very generous to our soul in particular. Jesus coming first this time and having gone through so much, because coming to terms with being one of the 14 is a big deal, much bigger deal than someone in their first incarnation, you know. And so that has been a big gift to me. And if you don't have to do that, then that's also quite good, handy. Handy.
That's a tame way of putting it.
Connie wants to yell and scream about that
I get it, Connie.
Yes, but Mary, when you gave that talk about your addictions and the spirit world and what you were doing there, it was so amazingly like profound. Yeah, it's like, man, that was so humble just to expose yourself like
I've been
that.
through a lot about doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
I sort of feel she didn't need to do that.
I feel like now, again, I probably wouldn't do it. I was in such a... But, like, I'll tell you why I wouldn't do it. I was in such a dark place about myself. I felt so... I acted in my shame. You know, I just wanted to be
It was really an addiction, actually.
It was. It was. And so I have talked to Jesus at various times about taking it down for that reason, because I felt like, oh, it's so addictive, and I was so hard on myself, and also, anyway.
We're self-punishing.
But like I said to Mary, it is a record of how she felt at the time.
It is.
And having a record of how she felt at the time is going to be good for the future.
And it was truthful. And there's still people who come up to me and thank me for it.
And others who come up and criticise.
A lot of people who look down on me about it. A lot of people look down on me, you know. But again, that's partly my addictions. I've created that. But yeah, I probably wouldn't do it again now. I don't recommend everyone just sort of like realise they've been sinning greatly, feel deeply...
Yeah, so I don't know if I agree with Mary on that one.
Which part?
Well, there is a... It's very important for a person who's listening to God's truth to learn what's they're going to have to do to come to terms with themselves. It's like a lot of those things I dealt with in private, but only because I was really forced to deal with it in private because nobody listened to me at the time. And it was more that I had no friends and no family and no people hearing or listening to me or wanting to even listen or anything. And so a lot of those things I had to deal with in private by myself anyway. But having it on public record is a powerful influence upon a sincere person.
Well, that's what I mean. Like a lot of people do feel like.
Yeah. So what I say to Mary is when she gets criticism from it, I say, well, you automatically know those people are not sincere, don't you? Because otherwise they would not be criticising you, right? But but like I say a lot to Mary in particular, her being open with you about her own progress and her own state is going to do a great deal for you in coming to terms with what you're going to need to come to terms with about your own state. And while I was forced to do it all by myself and without anybody noticing, due to circumstances and situation, and Mary's almost being forced to do it the opposite way through circumstances and situation. And while it may appear on looking at it from the outside that it is of not much benefit, the reality is that any sincere person looking at the record we've provided of ourselves would be able to make some sincere choices about what they're going to need to do with regard to their own sin.
In terms of facing it, you mean.
Yeah, and in that regard, Mary's been a very powerful effect on you guys in some ways more than I have, because she's illustrating to you through her example that you do need to be open and honest and public and transparent about the things you do, and in order to grow, you know, that is a prerequisite really of growth. And
I don't regret sharing the truth. I just feel like the self-punishing way in which I did it.
So that part of the addiction, but even that is a record of what people do when they discover
they're doing bad things,
and they start to feel it. That's also what people are prone to do. And so in that regard, I sort of don't see it as a major problem. And when we've had our discussions about it, there have been times when Mary's wanted to take it down. I'm saying I'm totally happy to take it down, but have you considered these other effects of leaving it up, you know, which are also quite positive.
Yeah, and on this last trip, actually, more than ever, I had people approach me and thank me.
Quite a lot of people.
Yeah, quite a lot of people, men and women, actually.
Because it helped them face their own sin.
Yeah, a lot of there's a group of 2 or 3 men said, you know, it's like it helped them look at what their emotions towards women are actually. Yeah, in terms of different things. But I think the reason I left it there is because I feel like it's the truth of what happened, and you know, but it's important that I keep growing from the point that I'm at, so that people see a difference.
But having the record isn't a bad thing. It's part of the reason why the 14 are here, actually. Because if you can't see that you can go from one place to another place in your progression through the example of somebody else doing it, then how are you going to have the faith to do it for yourself? You know, so I feel that somebody being able to demonstrate that to you right here, right now, is a very positive thing, you know. And it's the same with me. Like I, right now, still in a condition of sin. It's just that many of you don't recognise the sins I'm in, and some of you think I'm sinning in a certain way that I'm not even. But later on, you'll see those things as well. And so it's not. None of these things are a bad thing, but we are considering, though, the effectiveness of it, you know, in terms of videos and stuff like that. So
because there's a lot of energy and time.
I feel that today, you know, it's a lot of effort.
Yeah, there's that, but there's also
See you, B.
see you later.
See ya, thank you.
Yeah.
The false illusions that we get when we watch it and think we understand.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
the biggest.
That's the biggest issue.
Yeah.
Compared to face to face.
Compared to face to face.
Yeah, it's sort of like, and what we found on the last trip was people can build this delusion of understanding for years, and then they meet us, and it's almost
delusion
like,
about us, even.
and how
because
we're
they
gonna
think
be,
we're still the persons like we were 10 years ago, and they've never seen us since or whatever. And we haven't put out videos for nearly 5 years, so they think we're the same person we were 5 years ago or whatever, and we're not. And so, you know, quite often you're meeting the person, they're expecting you to do certain things that you don't do anymore. And so it's almost like creating an expectation in people that you are going to disappoint them with straight away because you have to.
It's that's why it's important we travel.
Yeah.
Like just as much.
It's important we do the face to face.
Demonstration of change too along the way, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and one reason why we haven't done the face to face is it's taken Mary probably the last 5 or 6 years to agree
Get
with
over it.
just doing the face to face.
Well, and then I was like, slave drove us into the last trip because I was like, we are doing it. And we are doing it next weekend, and we're doing it some more. And Jen was like,
sometimes, but I'm the one doing it.
Like, yeah, but it's really good. We should do it. I felt so bad because I'm like, yep, I can't do it yet properly. When we were in Belgium, I was like, well, babe, let's go to drive-through.
There were some places that got pretty hard, and yes, it would have been difficult for you to stay there otherwise. But you know, I sort of feel like I quite enjoy doing it, but for many years Mary has hated me doing it, like literally hated me doing it, and that did have some effect on me in terms of not so much an effect on my desire to do it, but more an effect on my tiredness levels, about how much I'm fighting Mary just to do something, you know, and so it feels a lot better now because, you know, I'm not fighting Mary about doing it, you know.
And also I wanted, it was very hard for you, wasn't it? Because I wanted to be there, but I also wanted to control how you did it, you know, because you needed to meet, because my attitude was tell them the truth, but also meet their addictions at the same time, which doesn't even make sense. But that was my soul condition.
Well, no, it's more keep them happy.
Which is really
which is impossible. Really.
It's impossible. You can't really teach truth and keep people happy. But that's so it was sort of you were fighting against all this like projection at you to
and then Mary
not say
would
this,
frequently
not do
be
that.
taking over what I'm saying because she doesn't like the way I'm doing it.
Because I want them to, I can feel, because also I was like hyper vigilant and hypersensitive, and I can feel when people are starting to feel
So dislike us.
unhappy, and I'd like jump in. Then I had so much to say, you know, but it was all just trying to diffuse
potential rage. And
it was so good on the tour when someone asked about that, and you unwrapped it all and explained what was going on. What country was that in?
That was the first one I think we did in Belgium.
Was it?
Yeah, because remember the lady's really angry. She's like, "You always cut Mary off."
Oh yeah, that's
I was like, "Okay, let's talk
that
about
was such
this."
a good conversation.
Yeah.
And I still sometimes cut her off because I have to, but and Mary doesn't like it. I understand that,
but sometimes.
But the truth is more important than
Sometimes
our relationship, you know.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, historically, you cut me off because you didn't like the way I was doing it. But
Yeah, because I was arrogant about it, or because I was trying to
pander.
manage everyone. Yeah, and now I feel a lot more.
So we used to come home and I go, Mary, you're not up with me tomorrow unless.
The biggest, hardest thing was that when I started to edit the 2019 videos, and it was I was doing all the video editing, and I was like, oh, I could see it playing out frame by frame. How I could. Sorry.
This is why video is good.
Yeah, it's good for me.
It's good for us.
That was the start of me changing it. But it's taken us a while. See you, Rose. Thanks for your help today.
That would have been exhausting for you, was it, when you were doing that in talk?
It was exhausting for both of us.
Hard work for me because I'm very sensitive to how Mary feels, and I can feel every single time she's angry with me and upset with me or in disagreement with me, and I'm more sensitive to Mary's emotions than I am to everybody else's.
And the reality was I was terrified and didn't want to feel my terror, and so what do? Get angry at the person who I perceive as triggering my terror, because he's triggering all the emotions in everyone else. He's the person I think I can control, so I would get really
right from the day
angry
we met, you sort of viewed me as the problem, didn't you? Like with your family, you viewed me as your problem, as the problem, not their bad response, but my wanting to raise things or talk about things.
Totally.
Yeah. So it's been hard to get over that for me because I've been especially sensitive to Mary's projections at me.
Yeah, more than anyone. That's what I used to. Now, looking back, I feel like I was so sensitive to the whole audience and not sensitive to Jesus, and Jesus was sensitive to me. And so it was just like I was channeling all this like drama at you, and you weren't really hooked into how everyone felt. You dealt with all those feelings, but I was so hooked in, and it.
But I hadn't dealt with the feelings of what I feel from Mary, and so it's taken me some time to go, well, no, if Mary's in a state where she's not right, from the principle to say, I need to say, you're not right, babe, and you need to shut up. Like, you know, and I need to do it. If she's doing it publicly, I need to do it publicly, unfortunately. Not that I want to, I don't want to. But,
was that a huge effect on the audience, or just sort of only a small percentage?
well, the women in the audience in particular get very angry with me. Like,
oh, when you cut Mary off?
or when I just say to Mary, no, you're wrong, and no, you know, they get so angry with me. It's like I just get huge barrages, and from the women in particular, because they all sort of believe that I'm undermining Mary or something.
Dominant.
Not understanding that if Mary's out of harmony with God's principles, then I need to adhere to God's principles. The responsibility teaching is very high. You need to adhere to God's principles, and if it happens to be I need to have a disagreement in public with Mary about that, then I need to have a disagreement with her in public about it.
It feels very bad for me now because, you know, a lot of ways you're viewed as the dominant person, whereas when I feel it, I was trying to dominate the proceedings, and
Mary's really been trying to
knowing
dominate my life for a long time, and I've been like not in agreement with it, obviously, but it's been
that's why we've had a lot of conflict.
Yeah, because it's been like a I'm not putting up that idea. No, I'm not putting up that idea type of thing. And the average person doesn't know that because I don't talk about it much publicly or anything. And so when we do that publicly, and we've agreed beforehand that we will do this, by the way, as well. So Mary knows in advance that that's going to be the case too. But when I do it, any man in the group who's sympathetic to women and any woman in the group, I just get rage. And so quite often I have to go home and have a cry about how I was treated afterwards.
Should be a lot better now, but it's a lot of it feels like it's been a lot of damage really on my part because I was unwilling to feel terror.
And also you're under the influence of a lot of spirits who wanted to damage our relationship as well as damage truth.
Because of my resolute thing, like I'm not going to feel, I'm justified in avoiding terror and I can get angry, then it was, and Jesus being sensitive to my emotions and me being sensitive to everyone else, it's like a field day for spirits because they know they can affect Jesus through my projections, and I'm so mediumistic, so it was just a nightmare sometimes. And partly, like, sometimes I would go numb for these long periods because it was so much spirit pressure that I didn't understand what was happening, or I came to understand it was happening, but it was a lot of I just want to get away from the spirit pressure, and
it was really,
if I get away from Jesus, the spirit pressure goes off me. That's a lot of times I ran away because of that, because I'd feel like I still couldn't feel my feelings because they were invested in that, but I felt less attacked.
And many of you are the same. You get away from it, you feel less attacked, and that's a purposeful orchestration by these dark spirits to make sure you don't hear more truth, and also to isolate myself so I don't feel like I want to share truth. So
you feel like no one else. Dealing with that spirit pressure has been life-changing for me, probably. And obviously changing my attitude to fear.
And heaps much better for our relationship.
Way better.
The spirit pressure Mary was under, they'd almost convinced Mary that it wasn't Mary either. It wasn't spirits.
Them. It took me years to figure it out.
Took me years to figure that out.
That's why I was sharing with you, Kim and Yvette. You know, I know how rough it is. When you got those holes.
So when you say it wasn't them, so you think it's yourself.
So then Mary would go, I don't really love him.
And it was.
I don't really care for the truth, and
I don't even. It was very like coming to terms with being one of the 14 is very psychologically challenging, but then it was even more psychologically challenging because I'd feel like my heart felt passion for God's truth and my attraction to Jesus, and then, you know, the next week I'd feel none of it.
As soon as I start speaking publicly,
or someone would get upset in our environment,
then
it
Mary
was gone.
It was all gone.
And I didn't recognise it as terror. I just felt,
I've got to get away. I've got to get away from this.
I've got no feelings. I've got no feeling, you know.
Would you sometimes question yourself and think those times that you did have those passion for truth and you felt the connection, that you were somehow being brainwashed then?
No, I
early
never.
days. Early days, you didn't want me to talk to you about anything because Mary felt,
about first century memories.
Or anything really. Mary wanted to just have. She didn't see the advantage of somebody already being through what she needed to go through, hearing from them, and.
But you didn't want that influence, is that?
Well, again, that was very spirit orchestrated because
I
they didn't want Mary to be influenced either. So,
and I didn't have any trust of my own experience. You know, I felt like, oh, what if something gets suggested to me and then I believe? But I would say I've never had deep fears that Jesus is brainwashing me. Like I've never really felt that he's brainwashing me.
Mary's tried to brainwash me.
It's more the case of like I've been
it's been pretty full on.
Constant like undermining force of his reality. I've never felt like that.
It would have been so confusing going through such a different feeling, having this feeling and then it all would have been so confusing.
Terribly.
And also, most people don't understand how strong the wills are of any one of the 14. You can't shift them if they don't want to be shifted. So, they don't want to shift you. You're not needing them.
And it's like, like I always make that joke, if only we used our powers for good, because, using our will, like you can see Jesus' use of his will, it's very strong and no one's going to shift it. And I feel that in myself more. The more shifts I make, I'm like, I'm not coming back from this. It's not a wishy-washy thing.
Yeah.
But for a lot of years, it was very...
trying to get me to change my
mind.
I've
got to feel things about it. There's quite a lot of sadness about it now.
Yeah. Because it didn't help our relationship at all either.
No, it was horrible.
Every time the spirits get involved, you sort of go, well, there's not having a relationship with Mary anymore. Like, it's all gone there. Yeah. And then it's sort of like, when's she going to come back? I don't know. Yeah. So quite often, emotionally, it felt like you weren't going to come back. Yeah.
Sometimes I took a long time to come back.
Yeah.
And even then, it was so brief. Because remember, we used to have this, you'd talk to me and you'd be like, I just get you for a day and then you're gone. And
so quite often
it
I'd
would be
get
a couple of hours sometimes, and then I'd be
mostly
gone.
a day maybe at the most. And then 30 days she's gone again. That kind of thing.
Like someone in dementia.
Yeah, almost. It's almost like it really... I can see why the movie The Notebook affected me so much, because
it's terrible.
I must have almost foreknown that this would sort of happen, but there was sort of this feeling like I can't reach her, she's gone now. And like no matter what I say or do, it's just going to make it worse. So I can't say or do anything. And, and then you'd work through enough to get rid of some of that influence temporarily. Want to come back for a day or two, in terms of emotionally come back, and come back for a day or an hour, and then something would get triggered, like generally love issues or something would get triggered. Her grief, Mary's grief about love is quite strong, and that would get triggered, and then bang, gone again.
Just under pressure and just wanting to vacate. So
eventually I realised I had to start talking about Mary. Unless you want to stay here all the time, you really just can't be here. Unless you want to stay present, like present, emotionally present. You can't.
It was. I remember it was just really hard for me, even when you would just say you're gone again, and it would just be like that thing, like the knowledge that I had, but also the knowledge that I didn't want to come back because it just felt so much pressure and attack and violence. And,
from spirits, of course.
From spirits. Yeah, not from you. No.
But Mary always sort of saw it as if she didn't have anything to do with me, then the spirits would leave her alone, which is actually true, to a degree, true.
Yeah. Again, when I went to the coast, I came to feel, though, that they were still there. It was an illusion that they were gone. They still had the control, they still had the reins, and I had to deal with it.
So did you have to grieve every time she went away? It must have been painful.
Just more, what I grieved more was not sort of the loss of Mary so much as that I never had her in the first place, but that's true. But also more just... I understood what was going on. I understood Mary's getting spirit influenced. I understood she was under their control. I understood that she was really in their power, and just because of a few emotions that she didn't want to feel. But I also understood that if she didn't want to feel them, there was nothing I could do about it. I couldn't rescue her from the spirits through my own actions, and I couldn't help her face those emotions she didn't want to face. So it sort of felt more to me like, wow, it's going to just take years and years of time, and it did. It took 16 years, 15 years, 14 years before Mary got rid of those, or you were still in the process of getting rid of those spirits, but now they have far less of an influence on her. But it's taken 14 years for that to occur. And I've always had this sort of sadness about, I just wished it didn't take so long,
now I do.
Yeah, and And so that was more the grief that I had of how long is this going to be, and also I could see the advantages of us teaching together and doing everything together, and the advantages it would have and the effect on people that it would have. But Mary's never really been able to see it until recently, the effect of having an equal share in a man and a woman saying the same thing, teaching the same things, feeling the same way about things in any situation where you're teaching is a very powerful thing. And Mary, up until recently, has never really seen the advantage of that, because she's always seen, all we're ever going to do is get attacked. All that's ever going to happen is we're going to be criticised. We're always going to be made fun of. We're always going to be ridiculed. So what's the point of that? You know, like, and so she's always had that.
Priority was to be loved, quote unquote.
Yeah. And so for me, it was like, unless Mary got over that, there was no me moving ahead without saying it's going to have to be alone. I'm going to have to forget the whole goal we had, because our soul has the goal of doing this together, like as one soul, you know, like, and making sure that the masculine and feminine is in harmony. That's the soul's goal. And Mary's been out of harmony with that goal. Mary Luck has been out of harmony with that goal, and I can feel the advantages of that goal greatly. And so it felt very sad that I was just going to have to leave Mary behind and get on with it myself, and forget that she was ever going to, while on earth, ever going to be a part of it, right? And that was where a lot of my grief was, that I had to feel. And the more I got over that grief, the more firm I became with Mary about, no, you just don't want to do it yet. You don't want to do it.
Yeah,
or no, now you're under spirit influence, and, you know, what's the point now?
It also had a really interesting effect on me, you going through that process, because I felt that happen, like you sort of, almost like giving up, but not in a hopeless, angry way, but just like, it really, again, it
felt
sort of
more freeing for you.
It felt freeing because I've been so pressured my whole life. It felt like
my emotions were pressuring her
so much. It's a huge thing.
And once I dealt with that, then it felt for Mary like there's no pressure now.
Then it's my choice.
But even that's a bit ironic, though.
It is, because it was always, I know, and I feel sad about it. It's true, but it's sad.
It's true, but you could still choose even with. Like, I've had to choose with pressure, so...
Exactly.
You know,
it feels very sad.
Yeah, so it's just, there's all these different things that have had to happen in order for us to work through specific things. And particularly the spirit influence, that's been a big thing to get rid of for you, isn't it? Mary is so mediumistic, as you well know, that she feels and hears spirits clearer than she feels and hears most of you. In fact, most of you do not realise that Mary's often feeling the spirits with you more than she's feeling you.
It took me a long time to learn that I thought, because I was so blocked to my mediumship, I thought that what I was feeling was you, and then it took me a long time to realise, oh no, I'm feeling spirits, and like, they're the spirit, they're Nina's spirits, and there's Nina, and they're two separate things, and sometimes the feelings are quite different. Yeah. But you've always had faith, babe, that one day, like, that's very moving for me. Like, Jesus has never felt like, well, that's it, we're never going to be together ever again. Sometimes you've felt it, we're not going to be together on earth.
Yeah, but mostly just grief really, about that.
Yeah. I still remember, I don't know if you remember this day, it's quite a while ago now, but we kind of had a fight, or we were, at odds, and you said, we're just going through a really difficult phase in our relationship. This is just a very difficult time, a difficult period in our relationship. It's like, it's not over, it's not the end. It's one day we're going to be there, but it's just this time, and it was like a decade. It's just been very, very lovely.
And in the end, the advantage is showing male and female aspects of God. You know, like because so many of us are blocked to the
feminine,
the male in my case. You know.
Yeah. It's interesting, many of you are not blocked to listening to the male, but many of you are really blocked to feeling the male.
Yes. Yes.
So I found it quite interesting in different ways, like how blockages occur and what happens with blockages, but it's also, there's a lot of things like, you're blocked to this, you're not blocked to listening to me necessarily, but you are blocked to actually hearing me. In the sense of like in your heart hearing, you know, like so it's real interesting.
Yeah.
So I can talk for a long time and everyone listens, but I sometimes come away going, I don't know whether I should have talked for that, because I don't think there's been many feelings about it. Yeah. And then other times it's different to that. So. But I think the more Mary and I are in harmony, the greater effect it's going to have on all people, because to have a man and woman in harmony on earth, I have never met anybody on earth who husband and wife have been in harmony
with a principle.
With a principle, ever. So.